Chapter 649. Ugly Undead Fish? List heard a new term. Izzy, can you tell me what kind of existence this ugly undead fish is? Do you know about the undead? I know about Ghost and Liches. He had met two Liches, Curtis Truth and the Bull Marquis. The Ghost was Virginia Truth, who had been staying in the soul storage tank in his gem space, and would only come out occasionally to chat. I've heard of Liches, which are evil transformations that stimulate the power of the soul. The undead is somewhat similar to Liches, but instead of stimulating the power of the soul, they use the remaining soul to control the material power of the life. When the ugly undead fish was alive, I suspect that it was at the level of Magic Shooter. Magic Shooter? List's eyes widened. Magic shooters were existences that could fight with dragons alone, and a ugly undead fish was actually at the level of Magic Shooter. This was obviously too exaggerated. It's just my suspicion, and it's the strength of the ugly undead fish when it was alive. It may only have the strength of a great mage now, but its body is very strong. I found the temple of ugly undead fish when I was young, and I always wanted to go in, but it always stopped me outside the temple. Time has not weakened it. Hearing that it only had the strength of a great mage, List was relieved. Magic shooters had not appeared in the eyes of the world for many years, and suddenly told him that there would be magic shooters in a ruin that had existed for thousands of years. He would never believe it. Time would make everything decay, even the representative of the top power like the dragon would die, let alone other creatures. Then List asked Izzy about the specific details of the ugly undead fish. According to Izzy, the ugly undead fish was the strongest of the ugly fish race, and it was imprisoned in the temple of ugly undead fish as a guard. It was 10 meters tall, like a big standing frog, but its upper body was the head and body of a fish. It held a strange harpoon in its hand, which could release powerful water magic. One of the magic was called Water Shackle by Izzy, which could control the water to bind the opponent's body and then tear it outward. When Izzy was young, she was bound once and almost dismembered. After listening to her, List turned around and asked, "Achi, do you think you can defeat this undead fish underwater?" In the 100-meter deep water, his combat power would be severely reduced, and he might not be able to easily kill an archmage who had the home advantage. Achi nodded seriously. "Don't worry, brother. I don't think the undead spirit fish that Izzy mentioned is very strong. Achi has mastered many advanced spells. Water fusion will definitely be able to kill the undead spirit fish. We still need to be careful." List touched Achi's hair. Achi was not to be underestimated in battle. Her fighting style was quite fierce, especially the original spells such as water fusion, which were very powerful. By the time they finished talking about the ugly necromancy fish, it was already late at night. He planned to rest on this coral reef for the night and look for the Temple of Fish Clown tomorrow. At the same time, he would use the night to chat with Izzy as much as possible and inquire about her rich experience of more than 400 years of life. It would be best if he could connect with her and bring her to Black Horse Island as his personal advisor. Now, chatting was the most important thing. "Izzy, why was Achi born in a shell, but you were born in a conch?" He pointed to the huge conch that Izzy was sitting on. It had a white background with brown patterns. It looked bigger than Achi's shell and had many spikes on it. The conch is also a kind of shell. Every siren is born in a shell. There is no reason for this. It's just that shells are strange, and our birth is also strange. Just like you humans have tall, short, fat, and thin bodies, sirens also have different shells and different appearances. When did you grow your feet? My date of adulthood was 55 years old. I was completely free from the growth fluid in the conch shell and had independent feet. She shook her white feet, and her toes were particularly beautiful. List was not a foot lover, and he was still almost lost in thought. But after all, he was experienced. He did not show any reaction on the surface, and his eyes were bright and clear. 55 years old, so Achi is 42 years old this year, and there are still 13 years before she reaches adulthood? 13 years was later than List expected, which was really worrying. Achi, who was listening to the conversation, could not help but feel a little disappointed. Although it was the nature of every woman to pursue youth, it was also natural for minors to want to grow up as soon as possible. Izzy smiled. Who knows what will happen in the future? When I don't have feet, I hope to have feet. Now that I have feet, how can I not miss the time when I didn't have feet? Your words are always very philosophical. Probably because I have seen too much. You must have come into contact with many humans in your life, right? List asked. Izzy's eyes were out of focus for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, I've been on land, and I've sought love, but in the end, the sea is more suitable for me. But young humans and young sirens, I still recommend you to seek love. Only after you have loved will you know the depth of affection, and only after you have been hurt will you know the value of innocence. In an instant, List felt the temperament of a female scholar lingering on Izzy. Perhaps she was not only a singer on the sea, but also a bard on the sea. In that case, can you tell me the story of your life on the continent? Although I'm a knight, I'm also a historian. I'm compiling a monumental work called Dragons Fighting in the Wild, which records the historical changes of the continent. I hope to learn the forgotten history from you. In order to increase her persuasion, he directly took out the first few chapters of Dragons Fighting in the Wild from the gem space and handed it to Izzy for her to study. Izzy took the thick book, flipped through 2 pages, and handed it back. I don't know the Serpentines. All my contact with humans happened in the Eagle Kingdom. It was best not to read it. Because the rest was blank. List put away the thick book and said, then tell me your story. Like most naive and dreamy girls. After Izzy grew her feet, she inevitably had a strong interest in humans. She took advantage of the night to approach the coast to eavesdrop on human life. Eventually, she was discovered by the villagers while eavesdropping. The villagers were very shrewd. They did not expose her on the spot and drive her away. Instead, they coaxed her to live in their home and then told their lord. It was a handsome young nobleman who fell in love with Izzy's dazzling appearance when he saw her. Izzy was quickly intoxicated by the young nobleman's flowery words and lived a happy mermaid love. However, the nobleman eventually abandoned her and married another nobleman girl. And she, after crying, returned to the sea. After a few decades, hearing the news of the nobleman's death, she returned to the land and quietly attended the nobleman's funeral. The scene at the funeral made her let go of the hurt she had suffered. She began to learn human magic and tried to travel the continent to see more local customs. But it only lasted for half a year. The inland environment was really bad, and my skin was getting drier day by day. So I gave up traveling and returned to live in the sea. Izzy said with a sigh. After that, I occasionally went to other seas to live, but I still stayed in this sea where I was born and raised. This was Izzy's life. There were no ups and downs, no life and death parting. Even the only time she was hurt was when she was abandoned by the nobleman. The noble knight still loved her, but because of his noble status, he had to marry a human wife and have children to inherit the family. So he abandoned the siren. The siren's unique appearance and infertility. Chapter 650. The story of the siren Izzy was not earth-shattering, and there was nothing special about her travels across the continent. At least, it was not worthy of being included in Dragons Raging in the Wild. Most importantly, she had never been involved with the nobles of the Eagle Kingdom, so the information she knew was very limited. But her experience was not entirely without merit. For example, she once learned to play the piano from the master pianist Cherny Windmill. Cherny was a famous pianist in the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. He once traveled to the Eagle Kingdom and met Izzy. He told Izzy how he created his famous song, Unparalleled by the Water. It was an autumn evening. Cherny, who had traveled around the world, walked to the border between the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and stopped in the countryside of a small border town. He took the piano he carried with him from the carriage and was about to adjust it to practice a piece. Suddenly, an elk sprang out of the forest and ran straight to him. But because it was by the river, the elk had nowhere to go and just wanted to jump into the river and swim to the other side. However, a steel fork flew from a distance and quickly killed the elk. Then Cherny saw a banshee with light green hair dancing like a snake coming out of the forest. She had drooping eyelids, a slender figure, snow-white skin, and bright red lips. Cherny quickly fell in love with her. However, when the banshee dragged the dead elk, she only raised her eyelids to look at him. At that moment, he seemed to be stiff and could not move, even his eyeballs could not move. He could only watch the banshee's back disappear into the forest. He did not know how long had passed. When he woke up again, he had been saved by servants and local residents and was lying on a bed. After listening to the local residents, he learned that the banshee was called Unparalleled. It was said that she was a snake banshee who lived in this forest and had 3 sisters. The eldest sister was called Stheno. She had dark green hair and could kill a powerful World of Warcraft with one punch. Unparalleled was the second sister. She had light green hair and could fly like a sky knight with one leap. The youngest sister was called Medusa. She had bright red hair and could control snakes. The eyes of the 3 sisters were so powerful that anyone who looked into their eyes would be turned to stone. If the stone was broken, the person would die. If it was not broken, the body would recover in a few days. Normally, the 3 Medusa sisters and the local residents would mind their own business. There had been nobles who tried to enter the wild forest to capture the 3 beautiful Medusa demonesses, but they either disappeared in the forest or returned empty-handed. Not even a trace of the 3 sisters could be found. Cherny coveted Unparalleled's beauty as well, so he took up residence there. He was looking forward to seeing Unparalleled again, but unfortunately, he hadn't seen her for many days. He turned his longing into musical notes and composed the famous song Unparalleled by the Sea. Do Gorgons really exist? Liszt was dubious. It was true that vampires and liches did exist, but looking at a snake-haired siren that could petrify people with a single glance felt a little surreal. This kind of ability was too powerful. Moreover, they were incomparably beautiful. Even if their hair was a little strange, it was believed that many curious knights would still flock to them. Izzy shook her head. I've also asked Master Cherny. He told me that the world is far bigger than what we see, and that no one can take everything as they please. In other words, no one has seen the 3 Medusa sisters after that? I don't know. I didn't pay much attention to them. Maybe they're like the sirens. After experiencing the complexity of human life, they returned to their homeland and lived a simple life. In short, Izzy had many stories similar to the 3 Medusa sisters. For example, the Minotaurs roamed the Blast Furnace Kingdom and the barren Stone Plain. They had horns like bulls and roared angrily to chase away invaders. In the primeval forest in the west of the Grand Duchy of Rose lived giant ogres with clubs in their hands. They lived a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Someone had seen a winged harpy flying like an eagle in a mountain in the Eagle Kingdom. The daughter of a duke of a duchy had seen a unicorn in the forest and escaped from her wedding with the help of the unicorn. She did not know where she went. On a full moon night, the howling of wolves often resounded in a nameless castle. It was said that the master of the castle was a werewolf who could transform into a silver wolf. Izzy had also seen a knight who seemed to be riding in midair with nothing under his butt. After inquiring, she learned that the knight was carried by a knight the arch mount. Only those who had died once could see it. The elderly liked to tell stories. The same was true for the old siren, Izzy. At first, she only answered when Liszt asked. But after midnight, she basically kept telling stories. Some stories were interesting, and some were boring. Achi listened carefully. Liszt had already begun to get distracted. Smoke slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Mission completed. Reward, Siren Izzy. Then the smoke transformed into new serpentines. Mission, Siren can guide you, but she doesn't have much strength to swim the sea. You need to go through the hidden dangers in the sea by yourself. Please defeat the remaining Ugly Fish and excavate the Temple of Ugly Fish. Reward, Mysterious Jewelry. Oh, the reward is mysterious jewelry? List silently thought. It shouldn't be some kind of shellfish pearl, right? In this world, gems, crystals, and jades were exclusive nouns that referred to 3 types of special stones. Gems and crystals originated from the production of dragons, while jades were formed from the condensed magic power of the earth. And jewelry specifically referred to ornaments. Gems and crystals could be made into ornaments, complete jades could be made into ornaments, pearls, corals, amber, and the like could also be made into ornaments. Gold, silver, mithril, orichalcum, and the like could also be made into ornaments. These were called jewelry. Previously, he already had a black giant clam that produced black pearls, a pink conch that produced pink pearls, and a golden lip shell that produced golden pearls. He didn't know what shell would be given this time, and what pearls would be produced. I hope it's not a pearl shell that produces white pearls. There are many pearl shells raised in the Blue Dragon Lake of the Grand Duke, but they aren't worth much. With this thought in mind, he soon fell asleep on the sampan while listening to Izzy's rambling. When he woke up again, it was already the dawn of the next day. He rubbed his eyes. Looking at the reef in the distance, Izzy was feeding the rainbow whale Lolth with some kind of fruit. This rainbow whale was very friendly to everyone, and sometimes List worried that it would be abducted. On the other side of the reef, a Chi was sitting on a shell, holding a book and reading. Seeing that List had woken up, a Chi immediately swam over. "Brother, you're awake. Didn't you sleep?" He vaguely remembered that when he fell asleep, Izzy was still telling a story, and a Chi was still listening carefully. As a result, when he woke up, the 2 sirens were still full of energy. A Chi slept. "Sirens sleep for a short time, brother." Of course, List knew this. He just got up and was a little confused. Then he washed up by the reef and ate a sumptuous meal. Then he went to say goodbye to Izzy. "Izzy, your story is very interesting. When a Chi and I discover the Temple of Fish Clown, I hope to have a good chat with you again. Falling asleep while chatting isn't a good conversation." Huh. List waved his hand awkwardly. He already knew that Izzy did not refuse. He took a Chi in the direction that Izzy had pointed out. First, they would excavate the Temple of Fish Clown, complete the task, and get the reward. For the original, flawless chapter, please go to the Chidian app and subscribe. Sometimes Oldby would find problems and modify it after uploading it. It was difficult to correct it in time through other channels. Chapter 651. 50 kilometers to find the island, 40 kilometers to find the 100-meter deep pit. It didn't take long for List to find the Temple of Fish Clown. It was an ancient ruin full of aquatic plants and half of it was covered by mud. It occupied a large area, with hundreds of stone pillars supporting the circular dome of the palace, isolating the inside. There were no fish or shrimps swimming around the palace, only the aquatic plants and corals swaying with the current. "Big brother, leave it to a Chi to deal with the ugly necromancer." A Chi stepped on the shell and stood in front of List, asking for permission to fight. She was born with the ability to control water, and now she was proficient in water magic, so her underwater combat ability was far better than List's. The main reason was that once List used his combat energy, he would break through Lolth's magic, rainbow-breathing membrane. Once the rainbow-breathing membrane was broken, he would have to hold his breath, and it would be very difficult to use his combat energy again. Plus, his combat energy was of the fire element, so it was almost impossible to use it underwater. At most, he could attach it to the long sword and directly attack the opponent's body. "Be careful, I'll help you." List said solemnly with the ice soul dragon slaying sword in his hand. He hadn't mastered the ice spin skill of the ice soul dragon slaying sword, and the freeze skill hadn't been activated yet, so he couldn't increase his combat ability underwater. His main role was to support a chi in hunting the ugly necromancer. According to Easy's instructions, as long as one stepped into the range of the Temple of Fish Clown, the ugly necromancer would rush out of the temple to chase and kill the intruder. So when a chi stepped into a corner of the temple, a strong current suddenly appeared. Then, a ghost-like monster came out of the water like a plume of smoke. Just as Izzy had described, the monster was 10 meters tall, and it looked like a standing frog. Its upper body was the head and body of a fish, and its webbed legs were in a circle. Blah blah blah. As soon as the ugly necromancer appeared, it let out a strange, high-pitched cry, then raised the harpoon in its hand, and a circle of magic light rippled on the harpoon. Without any extra work, it directly threw the magic at a chi. However, a chi had plenty of experience hunting sea monsters in the sea. She had also raised her water wave shield a long time ago. Then, she instantly cast powerful spells such as water whirlpool fusion on the undead spirit fish like they were free. Her combat style leaned towards violent output, probably influenced by List. List would always talk about his battle experience. Don't talk nonsense, attack first, don't use a normal attack if you can, and don't be lenient if you can. A chi regarded these experiences as a guideline. As such, he immediately used all sorts of high-level magic. In any case, the undead clown fish wouldn't chase him too far out of the temple of the clown fish. If he really ran out of mana, he would just run away without any hesitation. However, unexpectedly, with the release of a wave of high-level magic from a chi, the seawater was instantly stirred up into a murky mess, and the mud at the bottom of the sea rolled, as if a black tornado had been set off above the Temple of Fish Clown. The undead spirit fish's resistance magic had been completely annihilated by a chi's magic. He couldn't retaliate at all. 10 minutes later, a chi's chest heaved violently, and she gasped for breath. The magic power in her body had reached the bottom. She then began to swim out of the Temple of Fish Clown according to List's instructions, beware of the undead spirit fish's counterattack. However, after running away, the undead spirit fish didn't chase after her until the magic was released, and the murky seawater was washed away by the current, and the sea became clear again. List and Achi looked at each other in disbelief. The undead spirit fish disappeared, and a corner of the Temple of Fish Clown was also collapsed by magic, revealing a deep hole. What was even more surprising was that there was a steel fork stuck diagonally in the battle area, half buried in the mud. Brother, this is the steel fork of the undead spirit fish. I know. List looked at the quietly collapsed corner of the Temple of Fish Clown, and it took him a long time to react. Achi, the undead spirit fish couldn't have been killed by your magic, right? Logically, even if it hid in the temple, it would bring its own weapon back, and shouldn't have left it outside. Ah, did Achi kill it? Let's go and check it out. The two approached the Temple of Fish Clown, but there was no movement. They picked up the steel fork that the undead spirit fish abandoned, but there was no movement. They touched the collapsed hole, but there was still no movement. When they entered the temple through the collapsed hole, there was still no movement. Obviously, the undead spirit fish really did die in Achi's wave of magic. EC's so-called great mage level now seemed like a joke. EC herself didn't have much fighting power, so she mistakenly thought that the undead spirit fish was very strong. After entering the Temple of Fish Clown and confirming that there was no danger, List then looked at the inside of the temple. It was simple but grand, and there was a hint of luxury in its simplicity. Although half of the area was covered in mud, one could still feel the vastness of the inside of the temple. Thick stone pillars supported a simple dome, and on both sides of the walkway were huge statues. With the illumination of crystal lamps, the details of the statues could be seen clearly. Brother, what kind of monster are these statues? I don't know, but I guess they should be a race of the sea that is more powerful than the undead spirit fish. Qi, look. The 4 statues closest to the door are obviously the undead spirit fish, the same race as the undead spirit fish. The statues at the back don't seem to be undead spirit fish, but more like humanoid monsters. There were 4 humanoid monsters, all with 2 arms. There were also 4 humanoid monsters at the back, but they had 4 arms. Then there were also 4 humanoid monsters at the back, all with 6 arms. The appearance of these 12 humanoid monsters, other than the number of arms and the strength of their bodies, were very similar in other aspects. They had fish scales and fins, and 3 thick fingers held different weapons. Their heads looked like a snake's head, but also like a fish's head, which was quite similar to the undead spirit fish. And then later, another statue of a different image appeared. There were also 4 statues, but they were images of strong women. However, these women were slightly similar to the singing demons, but they looked rough, with some fish scales and fins on their bodies. What was interesting was that the 4 statues that appeared at the back were 4-armed women, followed by 4 6-armed women. Because half of the holy temple was buried in mud, only the upper bodies of these statues could be seen. List rode on the back of the rainbow whale Lolth, feeling that each statue was very large, and seemed to be a replica of the original statue. The 4 undead spirit fish statues at the entrance of the temple were exactly the same size as the undead spirit fish, and all the statues after that were larger than the undead spirit fish statues. Just as he was looking at these statues, trying to speculate some information, Qi suddenly pulled his arm and whispered, "Brother, look at the main seat of the holy temple, is that a mermaid? What a big mermaid!" Only then did List notice that at the end of the palace, in a dim place, there was a huge stone throne. Because the steps were very high, it was not covered by mud. On the throne, there was a vivid statue. The statue had a human upper body and a huge fish tail, perfectly matching the classic image of mermaids recorded in night novels, folklore, and magic books. Her fish tail was coiled on the throne, below the navel was densely covered with fish scales, and above the navel was clean, no different from a human. The biggest difference was that the body of the mermaid statue was at least 20 meters long, which could be said to be huge. However, the next moment, List's magic eyes gaze fell on the huge chest of the mermaid statue. There was a teardrop-shaped jewel shining with an azure blue brilliance. It seemed to be flowing with water, a tribute magic power that was denser than any other magic power. Chapter 652. Gesturing to the 7-colored whale Lolth to swim to the chest of the mermaid statue, List stared at the teardrop-shaped jewel about the size of a fist. For him, this jewel is not small, on the contrary, a fist-sized jewel is definitely huge. However, for the mermaid statue, it is like wearing a broken diamond on the chest, and the size is a bit out of proportion to the statue. List did not reach out and directly take off the jewel, hanging in the form of a pendant on the chest of the statue, but focused on summoning the smoke quest. Quest completed, reward, Tears of the Mermaid. Then a new quest appeared. Quest, the mermaid statue in the Temple of Fish Clown. It is unknown who carved it. Much history has been submerged in the long river of history. The most important thing is to grasp the present. Maybe this Tears of the Mermaid will be given to Qi, it will have an unexpected effect on her. Reward, Guardian of the Ugly Dead Fish. Tears of the Mermaid. List waved the smoke quest away, and then gently took off the pendant. The rope that strung the Tears of the Mermaid quickly decayed, leaving only a fist-sized teardrop-shaped jewel. Now it looks like a teardrop. Originally, he planned to keep it for himself and study it slowly. After all, it is a treasure left behind by the ancient races. Maybe it will have a powerful effect. But since the smoke quest has given a hint, it is obvious that Tears of the Mermaid is more suitable for Qi to use. After a simple play, he handed the jewel to Qi. Qi, I feel that this jewel has a strong water attribute magic. Look at its shape, it is better to call it Tears of the Mermaid. I will give it to you. Maybe you can study it. Give it to Achi. Achi was a little surprised, and then smiled happily. Thank you, brother, Achi will take good care of it. Not for safekeeping, but for use and research. It is full of water attribute magic. Well. You study it first. I am going to dig out the lower bodies of these statues and see what kind of creatures are carved. List did not talk nonsense, took out the bone shovel and began to dig the mud covering the temple of Fish Clown. Just as List was busy digging the mud, Achi was already holding the Tears of the Mermaid, sitting on the shell and studying it. She was in a good mood, not only because the Tear of the Mermaid was very beautiful and the blue color matched her temperament, but also because this jewel was given by List. For her, as long as List gave her something, she would be very happy. Big Brother is really good at coming up with names. Mermaid's Tears. It sounds really nice. It's hanging on the chest of the mermaid statue, and it's shaped like this. It really looks like a mermaid's tears. Channeling magic. He activated the Tears of the Mermaid and was ready to carefully study the magic structure of this jewelry so that he could figure out how to use it. It had magic power, and it was a pendant. It could be seen that the Tears of the Mermaid was a piece of magic equipment. Moreover, there was even a temple built on top of the statue. Clearly, it was no ordinary magical equipment. Achi did not have magic eyes, but she could feel that the inside of the mermaid's tears was full of flowing magic, and it was very intimate with her. She closed her eyes and let her perception guide the magic, swimming in the magic that made up the magic runes. Soon, she noticed that the magic composition of the Tears of the Mermaid was very regular, and the regular revealed a profound atmosphere, especially those magic runes, which seemed to be not artificial, but naturally generated. There are no traces of artificial carving. Strange, is the Tears of the Mermaid a naturally generated magic equipment, or, is it really the Tears of the Mermaid? Achi suddenly thought that it was unlikely, but not impossible, because the mermaid statue was high up in the main seat. The clown fish, who was at the level of an archmage, was only ranked at the end of the temple statue, followed by the six-armed monster, six-armed woman. Each layer looked more noble and powerful. From this, it could be inferred that the mermaid definitely had great power. The metabolites of the body of a powerful creature would naturally also have all kinds of incredible power. For example, any bit of the body excretion of a dragon was a precious treasure. Suddenly, she keenly noticed that the internal magic runes of the Tears of the Mermaid were condensing in a strange pattern, and there was an obvious node in it. The term node was proposed by List, which meant the midpoint of the magic convergence. At first, it was to explain the concept of the magic net, but later, Achi thought that the node could be brought into the magic circle. The magic circle was composed of many magic runes forming a node, which then formed a complete magic circle. If the node was found, the magic circle could be easily torn apart. She could also rely on constantly revising the node to reorganize the magic circle. The reason why she could create many original spells was because of the node concept. So, what is this node for? Thinking, she had already used magic to guide and activate the node. The next moment, the Tears of the Mermaid burst into a bright light. In the light condensed twisted threads like a spider web, spreading around, through the statue, through the colorful whale Lolth, through List who was digging in the mud, through the temple of the clown fish, and through the vast sea. Finally, it dissipated in the distant endless sea. And holding the Tears of the Mermaid, Achi's closed eyelids trembled, and in less than half a breath, she fainted on the shell. As she fainted, the light of the Tears of the Mermaid instantly extinguished, falling from her hand to the shell, and then cracks appeared on the surface of the water droplet. On the other side, List, who was digging in the mud, was startled by the blue twisted threads that suddenly passed through his body, thinking that someone had attacked him. He hurriedly turned to dodge, just in time to see Achi faint and the light of the Tears of the Mermaid extinguished. Kacha. As far as he could see, the Tears of the Mermaid shattered in the blink of an eye. then turned into a pool of powder, dissipating with the current and disappearing. He had no time to care about how the tears of the mermaid disappeared. He quickly rushed over, picked up the unconscious Qi, and shouted, "Qi, Qi." He was very flustered. Qi was far more important than any other person. Qi did not respond, but her chest was still undulating. List forced himself to calm down, quickly cast magic eyes, and found that the magic in Qi's body was very unstable, in a boiling state. And some magic suddenly disappeared, and some magic suddenly appeared, as if it was constantly exchanging with the magic of the outside world. However, it was impossible for the magic of the outside world to be so abundant that it was constantly exchanging. What the hell is going on? Why did Qi faint for no reason? No, it's the tears of the mermaid. The tears of the mermaid stimulated Qi and made Qi faint. The vision just now was caused by the tears of the mermaid. The smoke mission prompted me to give the tears of the mermaid to Qi. His face sank, and he blamed himself. He should have eliminated the danger first and then handed it over to Qi. I hope it won't really hurt Qi. If he hadn't used the smoke mission for a long time and gradually understood that the smoke mission was more derived from the projection of his own will, he would have suspected that the person behind the smoke mission was preparing to attack him, first cut out his important helper Qi, and then deal with him. Just like raising a poisonous insect, when the poisonous insect matured, it could be harvested. I hope Qi will be fine, otherwise. He didn't say the second half of the sentence because he really didn't know how to threaten the person behind the smoke mission. But before he could figure out how to deal with the possible existence of the person behind the smoke mission, Qi woke up slowly, her eyes still confused, but she said a sentence, "Brother." Qi touched the magic network, then she fainted again. Chapter 653. Magic Net? List, who was holding Qi, had his eyes lit up. His previous worries suddenly disappeared, leaving only surprise. She touched the magic net. Qi touched the magic net under the stimulation of the tears of the mermaid? Jonas Moongrass said that an archmage needs to touch the magic net to advance to a magic shooter. It turned out that the smoke mission did not have a mastermind behind it, it was just a projection of his will. Perhaps it was because of his constant subconscious suggestion that Qi could advance to a magic shooter, so there was this mission of the ruins map, and then he got this tears of the mermaid. Thinking of this, List sighed again. He sighed again. I didn't expect that Qi would advance into a magic shooter before I succeeded in riding a dragon. Strictly speaking, she's just an underage girl. I have to say, Qi's talent is really strong. Izzy is also a siren and has learned magic, but she only knows a few ordinary spells. Brushing the scattered blue hair on Qi's face behind her ear, List continued to use magic eyes to observe the situation of magic in Qi's body. The invisible phenomenon of exchanging magic power was like dispelling the clouds and seeing the sun. It was not exchanging with free magic, but connecting to the unknown magic net and constantly exchanging magic power in the magic net. In this way, the source of magic power of a magic shooter is no longer drawn from the free magic of the outside world, but directly from the magic net. Does this mean that even on the battlefield, magic shooters can still rely on the magic power of the magic net to release powerful magic? If this was the case, then the status of magic shooters would instantly rise to a terrifying level. And it was very likely to be true. After all, magic shooters were known to be strong enough to fight dragons alone, second only to the peak strength of the Dragon Knight. Any warrior profession without a dragon would probably not be able to beat a magic shooter. According to the current cultivation system that List saw in the world, the knight had dominated everything, and the inheritance of the ancient warriors and ancient mages were declining. Only magic shooters, although slightly declining, did not go downhill too much. They were still the mainstream cultivation system and indispensable. The knight had the Dragon Knight, and magic shooters were all peak occupations that suppressed the era. Qi is already advancing towards becoming a high mage. Touching the magic net once is more or less equivalent to connecting to it, and I'm about to succeed in riding a dragon. I hope the enchanting dragon soul fruit will work and charm the little fire dragon Leo. Chirp. Lolth the rainbow whale was wandering around, providing List with the spell rainbow breathing membrane. Chi did not need the help of this kind of magic. Even if she was unconscious, she could still breathe freely underwater. This was an instinct. List saw that she did not wake up for a long time, so he put her into the shell first. While waiting for her to wake up, he continued his unfinished work. The bone shovel easily dug the soil. The lower body of the six-armed woman statue closest to the main mermaid statue was finally exposed to List's vision. The lower body was not a human body, but a huge twisted body. It looked a little like a mermaid's fishtail, but also a little like a serpent's snake body. He continued to dig out a statue of a four-armed woman. After the lower half of her body was exposed, it was also a mixture of a snake and a fish. It was the same for the two-armed woman. Next was the six-armed monster statue. Its lower body was the same, but it had ferocious fins. There was no need to dig out the rest of the statues. He directly jumped over and dug out a statue of a clown fish. The lower body of the statue was an upright frog-like body. Looking at these statues, List pondered for a moment. He said to himself, "These statues are a bit like the Naga in the game. Why don't I call them Naga?" The Naga with the upper body of a female is called the upper Naga. They are two-armed, four-armed, and six-armed respectively. The Naga with the upper body of a monster is called the lower Naga. They are also two-armed, four-armed, and six-armed respectively. And so, the race that this fish clown temple represented had already become clear. The ruler was the mermaid, the middle power was the upper Naga and the lower Naga, and the bottom power was the clown fish. I just don't know if the mermaid, the Naga, and the clown fish should be classified as one species. Judging from their biological form, they should have reproductive isolation. Maybe this is a mixed marine civilization of many races. The mermaid is the ruler, the upper Naga are the nobles, the lower Naga are the civilians, and the clown fish are the slaves. It was a pity that there was nothing else in this temple of clown except for these statues and the broken tear of the mermaid. It was impossible to restore the history of its founding. If I want to record this civilization into the Dragon Wars in the wild, I still have to complete it. List shook his head. He had too many works planned to write now, and the Dragon Wars in the wild had long been put aside indefinitely. Perhaps when he became the Lord of Dragon Domain one day and his lifespan was greatly increased, he would finish this historical masterpiece when he was bored. Time passed by. List ate some dry food underwater. It was already dark outside the Temple of Clown, indicating that night had arrived. He was about to lose his patience and was ready to take Chi away with the shell and leave this place. At this moment, the magic power in Chi's body suddenly subsided, and she slowly woke up. "Brother. You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything wrong?" Chi's hazy expression quickly returned to normal, and her pair of blue eyes became brighter and clearer. "Chi is very good, brother. I can't feel better now. Chi was unconscious just now, right? It felt like a long dream." In the dream, Chi's thoughts turned into a ray of light and swam freely in the sea of magic. List asked eagerly, "Was that the magic net?" Chi carefully recalled and nodded. Yes, it was the feeling of touching the magic net. "Brother, Chi already knows why the mages of the Moon Empire declined." With the help of the tear of the mermaid's magic formation, Chi briefly touched the magic net and felt the vastness of the magic net. It was just that it was shrinking, and only magic shooters could touch it. "Tell me in detail." "Yes." Chi began to describe the magic net that she had touched with great effort. According to her feeling, the magic net was not a net. It was indeed a bit similar to the field that List had described before, but it still had some of the characteristics of a net. This net, or this field, shrouded the entire world, at least the part that a chi could feel was shrouding every corner of the world. If the magic net had not shrunk, then every mage would be a node and could cast spells with the help of the magic net. But because of the magic net's shrinking, ordinary mages have lost their ability to be nodes and can only absorb magic floating around. But magic shooters can still cast spells with the help of the magic net. No wonder. List suddenly understood. Mages with the support of the magic net were obviously not afraid of the knight's charge. But when the magic net shrunk, ordinary mages were immediately defeated, and the knight's charge formed the so-called anti-magic zone. A chi continued, in a chi's feeling just now, brother, you are like a smaller version of the magic net. You have your own field and net, so the knight's training in battle will not be restricted by the magic net. On the contrary, when a large number of knight gather, their respective magic nets will resonate, and thus expand the influence of the magic net. Then, is the magic net still continuing to shrink? Yes. That means that magic shooters will lose the support of the magic net sooner or later. A chi does not know, but with the current extent of the magic net's shrinking, it will probably only abandon magic shooters after thousands of years. Chapter 654. List needed to digest the information about the weave, hoping to use it for his own knight training. After all, a chi said that he felt like an independent version of the weave, which would probably have some similarities with the real weave. But right now he was most concerned about a chi. A chi, can you continue to access the weave? The reason why a chi was able to access the weave just now was because of the magic array activated by the tears of the mermaid. Now there is no way to enter the weave. But a chi has already memorized the information about the entrance to the weave. With some preparations, she should be able to access the weave freely soon. So, you will soon be promoted to a magic shooter? Yes. A chi could not hold back her laughter and whispered, my brother is a dragon knight, and a chi is also a magic shooter. List took a chi's hand in high spirits. That's right. A dragon knight and a magic shooter. With such an inflated strength, there was nothing to be afraid of. Whether it was the Sapphire Grand Duke who wanted to rob his Ghostblade inheritance, or the possible dragon-slaying war launched by Alonso Cassiopeia, it was not a big deal for him. Perhaps Leo was too young, and he was only a new dragon knight. His combat power could not guarantee that he could resist the dragon knight for many years. With a chi's assistance, the dragon knight had to carefully consider whether it would be killed under the baptism of magic. Dragon fighting energy could defeat magic, but the level of magic casting would be different. A chi, you have to continue to work hard and get promoted to a magic shooter as soon as possible. I will also strive to get Leo's approval as soon as possible and become a real dragon knight. Yes. Let's rest for the night above the Temple of Fish Clown and see if we can take Isra to Black Horse Island tomorrow. By the way, a chi, I feel that although you and Isra are both sirens, you don't feel close to your own kind. Why is that? List asked his own doubts. A chi is not sure. Although she is a siren, a chi feels that she is not the same kind. A chi thought carefully, probably just like elves do not feel that they are the same kind. Sirens are the elves of the sea, and they have the same thinking. Hearing this, List expressed his understanding. A chi was born in a scallop shell, while Easy was born in a conch shell, so they were indeed not of the same species. The two quickly left the Temple of the Ugly Fish. At this time, List saw the harpoon stuck in the entrance of the temple. He suddenly remembered that the reward of the smoke mission was protection of the ugly fish. Could it be this harpoon? He motioned for a chi to wait for a moment, and then pulled out a very large harpoon. The harpoon was the size of a pillar, with 5 spikes at the front. It was about 5 meters long. It wasn't made of metal, but some kind of special bone that was polished and pieced together. In the observation of the magic eyes, there was a faint mana retroaction light inside, which was light blue. It should be water attribute magic. Amidst the pale blue light, there was also a pale green light, somewhat similar to the magic light of a lich like Curtis Truth. Don't tell me the undead spirit fish is hiding in this harpoon? He wasn't in a hurry to study it. He first dragged the harpoon to the surface of the sea and released the sampan before slowly studying the harpoon and the necro fish. At the same time, he summoned the smoke mission. Sure enough, it was completed. Mission completed. Reward, protection of the ugly fish. The new mission was quickly issued, and it made him feel refreshed. Mission: since a chi already has the ability to advance to magic shooter, as a half-step dragon knight, you have to work hard. Little fire dragon Leo is the first dragon you have. No matter what means you use, conquer it first and then talk about other things. Reward, perfection of chi. Conquer Leo. It seems that the enigmatic dragon fruit is used as a drug. List suppressed the excitement in his heart and didn't continue to be excited. Everything had to wait until he conquered Leo. At that time, he would not only be a dragon knight, but also a sky knight at perfection. A chi sat in the shell and pondered. Touching the magic net had a huge impact on her. She needed time to digest and find a way to touch the magic net again to truly advance to magic shooter. List ate a delicious meal and began to study the harpoon. This harpoon was definitely a weapon similar to magic equipment, and the undead spirit fish was called protection, so it should be able to be controlled. Usually, he would leave this kind of research to a chi or Chris. However, a chi was thinking seriously, so List didn't disturb her and decided to study by himself. He ran a little further to avoid affecting a chi. Then he poured chi into it and tried to activate the harpoon. Unfortunately, he had fire attribute chi, which was obviously incompatible with the harpoon's attribute. After pouring chi into the harpoon, not only did it not activate it, but it also caused the magic inside the harpoon to riot, almost destroying the weapon. Forget it, I'll study it later. He carefully moved the gem space and finally made a space of 5 meters. Then he wrapped the harpoon with chi and put it into the gem space. The night passed like this. Early the next morning, the two continued on their way back to the place where they met Isis. Sadly, EC was no longer there, and a chi couldn't sense EC's location. Big brother, EC has left this reef. Is that so? List felt that it was a pity. Although Isis was old, it shouldn't be a problem for her to live for another few decades, so she could still play a role. However, since Isis had left, it meant that she had no intention of coming into contact with human life again. So List didn't force it. Since she doesn't want to go back with us, then let's go. Don't worry about her. 2 days later, in the evening, List and a chi returned to Flower Town. However, unexpectedly, the Count hadn't returned yet. Calculating the time, it took him about a week to excavate the Temple of Fish Clown. The voyage from the Roaring Estuary to Coral Island took 10 days. If the Count and others had not set off in advance, they would not have come back so soon. There were 2 most important things that happened in the territory. One was that Marcus had sorted out the merits of the knight who participated in the war. After the Grand Duke's iron or merits were settled, the merits could be distributed according to the proportion. The other was that 2 unusual plants were found after the census of the farmland in the territory. One is a very vigorous and huge peanut seedling, located in the peanut plantation opened in Newport Town, Black Horse Island. The other is a significantly taller and thicker oat seedling, belonging to the few oat fields preserved in Flower Town. Because there was no oat worm in the territory, after having the wheat sprite and 2 little wheat worms, the territory officials had decided not to plant oats anymore. This was the last crop. Unexpectedly, an oat worm was bred. List personally went to check and confirm the existence of the oat worm. He told Flower Town Administrative Officer Isaiah to protect the worm stock. The next day, he did not go to Black Horse Island to check whether the peanut worm was pregnant. Chapter 655. On the Dodo Island. The fruits of the human skull tree hung all over the branches. No one picked them, and not many birds flew over to peck at them. Many of the fruits simply rotted on the tree. Every time List came, he would pick some and bring them back. He mainly dug out the seeds of the human skull fruit for planting in the human skull tree plantation. However, he was too lazy to spend too much time picking the human skull fruit. His time was precious, and there was no need to work hard for a few seeds. Achi, wait here. I'll go feed the little fire dragon Leo. Okay. Achi nodded simply. She seemed a little absent-minded. She was still immersed in the extraordinary experience of touching the magic net. List went straight to the crater of the volcano. After calling out, the already hungry Leo rushed out. Previously, List and Achi had gone to excavate the ruins, so it could only starve on the island. Now that it had turned into a body of flesh and blood, it landed in front of List. It roared loudly to express its dissatisfaction. Roar. Its eyes were also very fierce. It was as if List was only its *T shoveling officer. Seeing this, List only smiled. He was too lazy to argue with it. It was just an ungrateful wretch. You want to eat beef? Leo urged. Roar. List took out the grilled steak bit by bit and gave it to Leo to swallow. When Leo was halfway through eating, List began to put the steak with the mystical dragon's soul fruit to Leo's mouth. Dragons were very intelligent, and List was afraid that it would become suspicious of the mystical dragon's soul fruit, so he covered it up. Leo, who was eating happily, did not seem to know the sinister intentions of the human in front of it. It directly chewed the steak twice and swallowed it. After it had eaten its fill, it was time to feed List back to his cultivation. Just as it was about to stand up and spit out dragon breath, its head suddenly sank, and its body staggered, almost falling. Seeing this, List's eyes lit up. However, he did not do anything and continued to observe. Leo's stagger was just the beginning. It quickly stood up, but its eyelids became heavier. He seemed to be dozing off. At this time, List finally made his move. He quietly touched Leo's back, but Leo didn't react. He didn't even bat an eyelid. When he gradually crawled towards the Dragon Fong platform, Leo seemed to realize something and his body started to struggle weakly. However, the degree of struggle was too small. He couldn't even turn his head around. It could only allow List to support its scales to the dragon tooth platform. It was located between the forelimbs and the shoulder blades, where the neck and the body met. There was a flat area the size of a wash basin, and there was a protruding bone in front of it. On both sides of the bone were whirlpools. Such a structure was just right for people to ride comfortably. Looking at the dragon tooth platform in front of him, List did his best to restrain his excitement. He placed his feet on the whirlpool, then sat down on the platform with his thumping heart. In the next second, he felt refreshed, and the battle energy in his body uncontrollably connected with Leo's magic energy under his butt. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the world changed. It became as if time had stopped, leaving only him riding a dragon. This feeling was exceptionally wonderful, mysterious, and indescribable. Then he felt himself floating, or to be precise, his soul floated, as if his soul had left his body. There was no nervousness, only curiosity about the wonderful feeling. As he flew, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was a scene of the end of the world when a volcano erupted. He was standing on the cliff of the crater, facing a huge fire dragon tied up by colorful chains. The fire dragon's body flickered with flames as it stared at him fiercely. Leo? List was a little puzzled. It looked like the little fire dragon Leo, but its body was more than 10 times larger, and its ferocity exceeded the beauty of a dragon's strength. The fire dragon did not respond. It just stared at List, flames spewing out of its nostrils. It wanted to move, but it was held back by the colorful chains, unable to move. Taking advantage of this gap, List looked down at himself. He wore the leather armor he wore today. He had no weapons or other equipment, including the gem space on his chest. Am I in a soul state? He looked at the locked fire dragon in front of him, and then at the misty smoke entwined around his body. He seemed to understand the situation. Leo. Is this an illusion after riding on the dragon tooth platform, or is it a spiritual connection? He looked at the colorful chains on the fire dragon and the misty smoke around his body. It should not be an illusion, but some kind of spiritual communication. He paused. He raised his head and responded to the ferocious fire dragon's gaze without any fear. This should be the first contest of the dragon tooth platform. The power of the mystifying dragon's soul fruit should turn into colorful chains to bind Leo's soul, which is the evil fire dragon in front of me. And he himself was also a projection of the soul. However, the smoke entwined around his body seemed to be the power of another smoke dragon that belonged to the holy dragon sequence. He waved his hand and naturally put a wisp of smoke into his palm. Is this the power of fate? If I defeat Leo's soul today, will I be able to ride the dragon? Whoosh! He seemed to have sensed List's thoughts. Leo, who was bound by the colorful chains in front of him, let out a low roar. List smiled lightly. The power of the mystifying dragon's soul fruit is really strong. If it was a normal spiritual contest, I might not be the evil dragon's match. But now, it seems to be easy to defeat Leo's soul. Why don't I take this chance to test the power of fate? His fingers trembled slightly. The smoke entwined around his body immediately gathered in his palm. After a series of transformations, it condensed into an azure greatsword. It was his sword, Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. No, I want a fire attribute sword. His heart moved. The Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword instantly turned crimson red. Waves of fire attribute magic spread out and circulated. Satisfied, he held the sword hilt. List walked step by step towards the restrained evil fire dragon. Leo, I know you are Leo. You are an elemental dragon with evil thoughts in your heart. This is not good, very bad. I am a knight filled with a sense of justice. As my mount, you must also abide by justice. Today, let me destroy the evil thoughts in your heart. After saying that, clang! The red Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword danced. A powerful wave of fire warrior energy instantly burst out and slashed the evil fire dragon's head. Roar! The fire dragon screamed in pain. A flaming wound split open on its head. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to spit out dragon breath. The colorful chains on its body glowed, and the dragon breath was extinguished before it could form. List had already launched a fierce attack. Waves of fire warrior energy crazily slashed the evil fire dragon's head and body. The wound continued to split open. Countless sparks shot out and fell into the bottomless abyss of the volcano. List and the evil fire dragon both stood on a cliff that was like a springboard. One sword. One sword. One sword after another. The evil fire dragon's body gradually became tattered. List still did not relax and continued to attack crazily. Until the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, which was formed by the power of fate, was shattered. It once again turned into illusory smoke and wrapped around List's body. At this time, the evil fire dragon completely collapsed. Rumble. The volcano trembled as if it would erupt at any time. The cliff continued to collapse and flames shot everywhere. After an unknown amount of time, on the broken cliff where the volcano was on the verge of erupting, a newborn fire dragon slowly condensed from the collapsed corpse of the evil fire dragon. When the little fire dragon saw List, it immediately rushed over excitedly. It rushed to List's feet and let out a cheerful cry, roar, roar, roar. It put its head on List's head and motioned for him to ride on it. List rode on the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon flapped its wings and rushed out of the volcano. At the same time, the volcano completely collapsed. Then, a huge pillar of magma, accompanied by billowing black smoke, shot into the sky. Roar! The little fire dragon shouted. List turned his head to look at the doomsday scene behind him. He could not help but laugh loudly, ha 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 ha. In the next moment, the scene in front of him twisted like water. He suddenly found that he had returned from the spiritual illusory world to the real world. He was still riding on Leo's dragon tooth platform, while Leo had already fallen to the ground and was snoring away. Sitting on Leo's body, List felt as if their fates were intertwined. It was as if the Leo in front of him had the same blood flowing in his veins and shared the same frequency of thought. Is this the Dragon Knight? Chapter 656. Leo was snoring loudly on the ground. List was a little reluctant to move his butt away from the dragon tooth platform. Using the connection of the platform, the feeling of fates blending, blood flowing, and thoughts synchronizing was too great. This was the Dragon Knight. It wasn't just a man riding a dragon, but a man and a dragon sharing the same fate. It was as if he had opened up his heart to Leo, and Leo had given everything to him. There were no reservations, no suspicions, only the harmony of the soul. It was said to be a man and a dragon, but they were actually one. The dragon's fighting energy was the cement, and their souls were the steel bars. A bridge spanned from north to south, and the natural moat became a path. The huge barrier between humans and dragons had completely disappeared when he was riding a dragon. Dragon Knight. The greatest goal of my life has finally been achieved today. He suddenly remembered the verse Lu Zhishan had written when he passed away in water margin, and he couldn't help but chant, I never cultivated good karma in my life, I only loved to kill and set fire. Suddenly, I loosened the golden rope, and broke the jade lock. Xiantang River's tide came, and today I know who I am. Of course. He didn't comprehend parinirvana like Lu Zhishan and returned to the pure land of bliss. He just felt it, and only today did he know how great it was to ride a dragon. It was a pity that Leo had fainted due to the effects of the enchanting dragon's soul fruit. There was no way to immediately bring him to roam the skies. He could only slowly savor the thrill of riding a dragon. But at this moment, the fighting energy in his body suddenly surged. His heart moved. He quickly left Leo's dragon tooth platform and jumped off. Suddenly, he felt a sense of emptiness all over his body, and the harmonious feeling of being one with the dragon instantly faded away. However, he could still feel that Leo still had a lingering concern in his heart. After riding a dragon once, his soul had crossed a line once. Nothing could be changed. Just like a phone connected to Wi-Fi and remembered the password, unless the password was changed, it could be reconnected as long as it was near. Unless List abused Leo, Leo wouldn't be able to change the password. And he wouldn't casually abandon Leo, a fire dragon with unlimited potential. A day on a dragon, a lifetime on a dragon. He shook his head. Suppressing his desire to ride a dragon again, List examined his body. His combat aura had suddenly surged. It seems that because of the spiritual battle earlier, my combat aura has reacted. Is this the perfect combat aura reward from the smoke mission? He concentrated and summoned, and the smoke mission quickly appeared. Mission completed. Reward, perfect advanced chi. As expected, he had already completed the quest, and he received the reward almost at the same time that he rode on the dragon. Or, it could be said that the prerequisite for riding a dragon was to have a perfect high-level warrior energy. Under the influence of the smoke quest and the assistance of the enchanting dragon fruit, he was able to kill little fire dragon Leo's evil thoughts at the same time that his warrior energy reached the perfect level and successfully rode on the dragon. Just as he was about to look at the new mission, the do chi in his body surged again, diverting his attention. The smoke also quickly dissipated. He had no choice but to focus on dealing with the changes in his body. His dou qi kept surging, stimulating and improving the strength of his body. Soon, he felt hungry and tired. Fortunately, List had prepared enough potions when he returned this time. He grabbed a handful of potions and swallowed them on the spot. When the potions entered his stomach, they quickly turned into surging magic power and replenished his dried-up cells. Then, they were refined into dou qi and continued to improve his body. Then, he started to swallow the World of Warcraft meat in big mouthfuls to increase the nutrients in his body. Just like that. After swallowing a total of 50 potions, 5 black nightshade potions, and an entire cow's worth of World of Warcraft meat, his body's needs were finally satisfied. His dou qi had completely calmed down, but there was an explosive power hidden in his body. It was as if his entire body had been opened up. Drawing the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, he directly used the Burning Red Sun Rising Fire secret manual. He used the basic moves and charged up moves one after another to experience the current state of his body. He circulated his dou qi and used his combat skills without any hesitation. Every detail of his body was under his control. Putting away his sword, he looked at his slender fingers, which had both beauty and strength. He couldn't help but feel high-spirited. Is this the true meaning of a perfect level Sky Knight? Perhaps in terms of total dou qi and explosive power, a perfect level Sky Knight wasn't much stronger than a Sword Saint level Sky Knight. But in terms of the details of his body, he was far better than a Sword Saint. It could be said that a Sword Saint could use 80% of their body's strength, and a perfect level Sky Knight could use 120% of their strength. Next, I have to find a way to obtain a dou qi cultivation secret manual and completely perfect the knight cultivation system. After all, the requirements for a dragon knight to ride a dragon are too harsh. I can rely on the enchanting dragon soul fruit to ride a dragon, but my descendants may not be able to. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire didn't have a dou qi cultivation secret manual. He could only snatch it from the mainland kingdoms. List was more optimistic about Marquis Nuteo. He was lucky to defeat him in the previous battle, but he wasn't able to capture him alive. The next time the expansion order was issued, he could capture Marquis Nuteo alive in one go and force him to hand over the dou qi cultivation secret manual. Leo was still unconscious. List sat cross-legged at the side and called out the smoke mission again. Mission: obviously, you have successfully ridden a dragon and become a real dragon knight. You can roam the world's generals, but it is undeniable that Leo is still young and has no clue about the next step of cultivation. Please restrain your mood of showing off and explore the next step of cultivation in a low-key manner. Reward: 1 magic shooter. Huh. He was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that a Chi would be promoted to magic shooter just after he became a dragon knight. Originally, he thought that a Chi would need at least a year and a half before she could break through to magic shooter. After all, she relied on the power of the mermaid's tears to touch the magic net. However, he carefully read the mission again and restrained his surprise. What does it mean to explore the next step of cultivation in a low-key manner? Does it mean that I have to explore the cultivation method to complete the mission? If I can't explore the next step of cultivation in a year and a half, doesn't that mean that a Chi can't advance to magic shooter? No matter what, he had to wait for Leo to wake up first and then try to explore the cultivation method. He was already riding a dragon, what was there to worry about not being able to explore the cultivation method? He got up and walked down the mountain, all the way to the beach. He found that no matter how far away they were, there was a strong spiritual connection between him and Leo. Although it wasn't as strong as when he was riding a dragon, it was still far stronger than the contractual connection between him and the elves. As long as he thought about it, he could experience the beautiful dream that Leo had when he was asleep. He dreamed that he became a powerful fire dragon, robbed a city of wealth, and brought it back to his volcanic nest, still with evil thoughts. It seems that I have to cut his heart often to prevent evil thoughts from growing. After all, I am a knight full of a sense of justice, and my mount can't be an evil dragon. Full of love and peace, protecting justice and fairness, these are the true virtues of a knight. He was in a good mood, and the scenery of dusk was exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 657. Brother, did you end your training with Leo so soon? Qi, who was deep in thought, realized that List had returned early, so she asked curiously. List smiled reservedly. I didn't train, but I have successfully ridden a dragon and become a real dragon knight. He had originally planned to laugh out loud to express his excitement, but he still held it in and told the news with a calm expression. Ah! Qi shouted, her face full of surprise. Brother, you have successfully ridden a dragon. That's great. Brother, you are a real dragon knight. You are at the top of the world. Keep a low profile. Leo is still young, and he still needs to explore his training as a dragon knight. We have to keep a low profile for now. List waved his hand. Then he asked seriously, Qi, now that I have successfully ridden a dragon and become a real dragon knight, it is time to separate from the Tulip family. What do you think is the best surname for me? Normally, dragon knight families use the dragon as their surname, and the Sapphire Grand Duke uses the Sapphire as his surname. Qi tilted her head and thought for a while. Should we call it Flame? Flame is too vulgar. It doesn't match the dignity of a dragon knight. What about Flame? I think it's not high enough. How about Flame burning the sky? What do you think, Qi? List voiced out his opinion, but he quickly rejected it. Although Flame burning the sky is high enough, it doesn't fit the image as a surname. It is a verb. The naming rules of this world were mainly based on nouns. Sapphire, Tulip, Golden Ear of Wheat, Immortal Kalai, Eagle Sword, Black Knight, and so on all used nouns as surnames, or it could be said that they used certain gemstones, plants, or objects as surnames. Since List gave his blood servant the surname Daybreak, it was not strange to give him the surname Flame Burning the Sky. However, he still decided to follow the traditional rules and choose a noun as his surname, which would continue to be passed down in the Dragon Knight family. Lava? Volcano? Burning? Hot? He couldn't think of a better surname after thinking about it over and over again. In the end, he brought up the Flame that Qi mentioned before. Why don't we name it Flame for the time being? Anyway, the news of the Dragon Knight has to be handled in a low-key manner. We'll decide on the surname after the official separation. List Inferno made up his mind. Then he took out 2 juices from the gem space, handed one to Qi, and drank the other. Qi, celebrate with your brother. Yes. Cheers, to my success in riding a dragon, and to Qi's early advancement to a magic shooter. After drinking the juice, he briefly talked about the feeling of riding a dragon and asked Qi to fill in the gaps. It was basically confirmed that the Dragon Knight's contract to ride a dragon required a battle of the soul. Only by achieving harmony and unity in the battle of the soul could the knight share the same fate as the dragon. In addition to riding on the Dragon Fong platform, the triggering conditions for a battle of the soul with a dragon would require a perfected high-level Do Qi. The rest of the details needed to be slowly pondered. So after putting away the glass, Qi continued to meditate on the weave. List sat on the reef and thought about his dragon riding career. Without the dragon soul fruit, I don't know how long it would take me to dissolve Leo's hostility, get its approval, ride on the Dragon Fong platform, and carry out a battle of the soul. The outcome of the battle of the soul was also unknown. The battle of the soul is too difficult. I still have 2 dragon soul fruits, which means I can still have 2 opportunities to ride a dragon. One for the invisible dragon and one for the smoke dragon. List thought about it. Although the invisible dragon had a heavy taste, it had great strategic value. The value of a space gem was definitely far greater than any other gem. It was both a holy dragon and a gem dragon. It also had a good relationship with List, so it should be said that it was in the bag. As for the smoke dragon, I haven't figured out whether it exists or not. Did it infect me with the power of fate, or did it attach its power to me after its death and want to use me to resurrect? If it's the first, then am I a servant like Paris? Not really. The white dragon was in the state of a ghost and could only be transformed after death. The black dragon was always infected by the magic of the dragon and could be eroded at any time. Although he had the power of fate, there was no sign of erosion. He could still cultivate chi and ride a dragon smoothly. I'm afraid the smoke dragon wants to use my power to resurrect. When it resurrects, I guess we have been together for so long that it should not need the help of the dragon soul fruit. Moreover, the dragon soul fruit was drawn by the power of fate. There was no reason for the smoke dragon to harm itself. The smoke dragon should be put aside first. It's hard to say whether it wants to resurrect or not. Then, which dragon should I give the third dragon soul fruit to? By the way, I need to contract a dragon to get the status of Dragon Domain Lord. This should be a young dragon. If I can find the fairy dragon that represents life and contract it directly, won't there be hope for immortality? The fairy dragon definitely existed. The invisible dragon and the smoke dragon both existed, so it was impossible for it not to exist. It was just that it was difficult to find it. If he used the power of fate, it was possible to find it. So this third dragon soul fruit is estimated to be given to the fairy dragon. If I encounter other dragons along the way, I will try to use my own strength to ride the dragon. It is impossible for all dragons to ride with the help of the dragon soul fruit. Otherwise, all kingdoms would plant soul fruit trees in batches and allow their children to ride dragons at will. He remembered that the fire dragon was an evil dragon. It was arrogant, cruel, and evil, so the battle of the soul required defeating the evil dragon. If it was a gem dragon or a metal dragon, the battle of the soul would be different. Perhaps it was just a test of each other's temperament. The dragon probably needed to choose the most suitable knight through the battle of the soul. Who? The right to use the dragon soul fruit was distributed. List exhaled a long breath of turbid air, jumped into the sea and swam freely, washing away the stinky sweat on his body. Just now, when he leveled up to advanced level, his body went through a strengthening, metabolizing a large amount of waste. It made his body stinky, which made him, who had a slight obsession with cleanliness, very uncomfortable. Chirp. The seven-colored whale Lolth came over and was ready to let List ride her. List patted her on the back, indicating that she could play by herself. He was ready to dive into the water himself to see how strong his body was now. Perfect chi, successful dragon riding. Although his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, his body was obviously not as strong as a dragon's. Maybe one day, he could switch between his physical body and dragon will form at will like a dragon. At that time, he would be able to ignore the strength of his physical body and do whatever he wanted. He practiced his swordsmanship in the water. He successfully tested the strength of his body. The amplification was more than doubled. A normal Sky Knight's ultimate move could only cause light injuries to him, unable to hurt his internal organs. However, a Sword Saint's attack could still cause serious damage. His body was now equivalent to normal steel. A simple punch without chi could probably kill a low-level World of Warcraft. Lolth, take me underwater. Let's see how deep I can dive. Chapter 658. This chapter is titled, Grow, 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 Grow. Rose could dive to a depth of 1,500 meters. List's previous test was 400 meters. He couldn't go any deeper. He still remembered the whales on Earth. The killer whale's diving limit was 260 meters, the blue whale's diving limit was 500 meters, the sperm whale's record was 2,035 meters, and the champion's record was the Korsha's beaked whale's 2,992 meters. This had nothing to do with strength. It was just a matter of body structure. The king of the ocean, the killer whale, was only 260 meters. Similarly, a Qi was a spirit of the sea. She could dive to a depth of 1,500 meters without a problem. Rose could also dive to that depth. But a normal whale could dive to a depth of 2,000 or 3,000 meters, but it might not be able to beat Rose. Rose was a low-level dragon-type sea monster. At this time, Rose led List down. A rope used to determine the depth of the water was constantly released. The tip of the rope floated on the surface of the water. Maintaining a vertical position was the depth of the dive. As the depth of the dive increased, the pressure that the body felt was constantly magnified. They easily reached a depth of 400 meters. He touched Rose's dorsal fin. "You can still continue. Rose, go down." Rose obediently followed his instructions and continued to dive deeper. The depth increased bit by bit. When they were about to reach 550 meters, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and signaled for Rose to stop. He wanted to familiarize himself with his body's tolerance at this depth and determine his diving limit. 550 meters, this is my new diving limit. After diving, he took a bath and had dinner. List returned to the crater and continued to wait for little Leo to wake up. Little fire dragon Leo was still having sweet dreams. His sweet dreams were a little monotonous. He just wanted to go out and rob people and bring the wealth back to his crater. Sparkling gems and gold coins were his favorites. Night fell, and the moon shone brightly. List leaned on Leo's thigh. In his boredom, he suddenly thought that if he could experience Leo's sweet dreams, then if Leo wanted to, he should be able to experience List's sweet dreams as well. As long as Leo willed it, it would be able to sense what List was doing at night. No, absolutely not. Everyone needs a private life. List valued privacy very much, especially at night. "I have to block the mental connection at this time, just like how I block the elves' mental connection." He had dozens of elves, and if all of them activated their senses, he would be overwhelmed by these emotions. Therefore, he did not need much training. After a period of exploration, he would be able to automatically block the emotional connection. Now, he was trying to figure out how to block Leo's spiritual connection, not only to prevent Leo from affecting his dragon riding career, but also to ensure his own privacy. The difficulty was high, but it was not impossible. It just needed time. In the first half of the night, he fumbled with the shield, and in the second half of the night, he fell asleep. The next morning, List woke up before the sun rose as usual. When he woke up, he saw the little fire dragon, Leo, turning his head to look at him. Leo had woken up at some point in time. When it saw that List had woken up, it immediately let out a cheerful roar. Roar! The mental connection allowed its emotions to fill List's heart. It was pure happiness. After getting rid of the evil thoughts, Leo no longer resisted List. "Wait a moment, Leo. I need to brush my teeth and wash my face first." Roar! After List quickly washed up, he directly rode on Leo's back, who had been waiting for a long time. He sat down on the dragon tooth platform, and it was as if he and the dragon had become one again. The battle energy in their bodies circulated, and their hearts also reached a harmonious frequency. They breathed and shared the same fate. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said loudly, "Let's go." Roar! Leo's legs stepped on the cliff, and his body instantly leaped into the sky. His fleshy wings flapped, and he flew steadily into the sky. Their hearts were one, and they could move at will. There was no need for any verbal communication. Leo understood what List was thinking, and List also understood what Leo was thinking. They were one. They flew higher and higher, and they had already surpassed the height of 100 meters that a sky knight could fly. As far as the eye could see, a Qi, who was deep in thought, had already become a small dot. A thought flashed in his mind. Let's go down and say hello to a Qi. Leo had already cooperated and descended to the foot of the mountain. He flew extremely fast, and his body emitted a warm aura, but there was no heat. Even if the dragon tooth platform under List's but was like the scales on other parts of his body, with sparks flashing between the cracks, it would not cause any harm to List. Fire dragons had absolute control over fire magic. As long as they did not want to, they would definitely not let magic casually transform into real flames. Whoosh! Wings swept past the skulls, and in the blink of an eye, one man and one dragon arrived at the seaside. They landed next to the rocks by the seaside where a chi was. This eye-catching appearance immediately caused the eyes of the little sea monster to flash with worship, surprise, and excitement. Big brother! Leo! Roar! The little fire dragon greeted in disdain. Towards people other than List, it still had an arrogant and contemptuous mentality. In essence, it was just an evil dragon. If it were not for List's spiritual guidance, it might not even look at a chi. It was the pinnacle of power, not a cat or a dog. List patted Leo's head and told it to lie down. Then he turned over and jumped down, saying to a chi, "Come, I'll take you for a ride." A chi was stunned for a moment. Ah, but a chi can't leave the shell. Then take the shell with you. With that, List directly lifted a chi's large shell, which was nearly 3 meters in diameter. Fortunately, he was now very strong, and after running the dragon's fighting spirit, it was not difficult to carry a heavy object. Roar! Leo objected to carrying the shell on its back. However, its objection was ineffective, so it could only turn its head and look at the sky, acting helpless. Leo let List use a rope to fix the shell to the scales on its back. Leo was more than 20 meters long from head to tail. Its back was very wide, and it could not only sit people but also transport items. The sapphire dragon had been used as a means of transport in the past. List tied the shell, quickly sat on the dragon tooth platform, and motioned for a chi to sit in his arms. A chi's face flashed with a blush, but she still sat in List's arms gladly. She was used to this kind of intimate behavior, although she had learned a lot after reading a lot of books and gradually became shy. She was growing up, and she was no longer the naive little siren who didn't know anything, but she still couldn't resist List's intimate behavior. The soft jade in his arms. The feeling made him short of breath. List forcibly suppressed his heart and urged Leo, who was a little unhappy, to take off and fly toward the blue sky and white clouds. Leo, fly up, I want to know how high you can fly. The wings flapped. Leo answered him with a majestic cry, roar. Chapter 659. This chapter is titled Fallen Feather Burial Wind. The wind was howling, and the white clouds were rolling. Leo rushed to a height of thousands of meters in one go, and came to the clouds that were usually visible but unreachable. Feeling the wonderful feeling of the clouds brushing against his face, List was extremely excited. A chi, who was in his arms, was already trembling with excitement, perhaps also a little frightened. As a spirit of the sea, she had never been so high in the sky. Roar! Leo let out a roar. He transmitted his thoughts to List. He had climbed to the limit of his current flight ability. No matter how powerful he was only a young dragon, and did not have the ability of an adult dragon to travel tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The reason why dragons were rare had a lot to do with their ability to fly high in the sky. The sky was full of clouds, and it was easy to hide. Since we have reached the limit, let's go down. List was just riding the dragon for a ride. It was very cold at high altitudes. Although he and a chi had strong physical fitness and were more resistant to cold and heat, there was no need to suffer like this. Besides, the surrounding was full of clouds, and the scenery could not be seen clearly. It was more appropriate to circle around the island to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Leo immediately folded his wings and fell down, as if he was in free fall. Compared to the time it took to fly, free fall was obviously faster. In a few breaths, he could already see the skull trees on the island. Before falling to the ground, Leo stretched his wings in a thrilling way, and his huge body suddenly stopped falling. He bent a few skull trees, then flapped his wings and pulled up his body that weighed more than 10 tons, and began to fly steadily around the island. After 2 laps, he landed on the beach. List put a chi down, and the little siren was already flushed with excitement. She was probably the first siren to fly thousands of meters in the sky. "How is it? Does it feel exciting?" asked List. "Yes." "Calm down, I will take Leo to complete this training first." He only cared about riding the dragon, and had not practiced dragon breath tempering and demonic dragon chi refinement. Moreover, he still had to explore the next step of training to complete the smoke mission, so as not to delay a chi's advancement to magic shooter. Compared to Leo's reluctance during the training, Leo was very cooperative this time. Furthermore, due to the spiritual bond, the human and dragon's minds were connected, allowing them to adjust the details of their cultivation at any time and increase the efficiency of their cultivation as much as possible. It took him half a day to complete the 2 cultivation methods. For the rest of the afternoon, List tried out the new cultivation methods. But deep into the night, he still couldn't figure out anything new. Seeing that the moon was about to set, List rubbed Leo's big head and said, "I'm going back tomorrow. You stay at the crater and train well." Roar. You mean you want to go back with me?" Roar. Through Leo's telepathic communication, List was pleasantly surprised to discover that Leo didn't need to stay in the lava every day. Basically, he could absorb the ultimate magic power condensed in the lava once a month to form his own dragon will. The rest of the time, he just soaked in the lava and slept. Obviously, Leo had been deceiving List before, or he didn't like to stay with List and other humans. Now, after the mind and soul became one, Leo began to be attached to List. This was a good thing. List quickly agreed, "You can go back with me, but you need to exist in the form of dragon will most of the time. Don't easily show your flesh and blood in front of others." Roar. Leo nodded in response. "Then you go down and absorb the dragon will condensed in the volcano, and we'll set off together tomorrow morning." Roar. Leo suddenly stuck out his big tongue and licked List's face. There was no saliva or dragon saliva, only warm fire magic. Then he suddenly took a step back and fell off the crater cliff. When he landed, his wings shook and he plunged into the rolling lava. The night passed. Early the next morning, with the hemp rope vine seeds and a batch of skull fruits, List called for Leo. Leo directly transformed into the dragon will and crashed into List's body, condensing into a fire dragon pattern in the form of flames on his chest. Down the mountain. He called the colorful whale Lolth, who was playing on the beach, and then called a chi, and directly returned. 10 hours later, they arrived at Black Horse Port in the afternoon. He let a chi take the previously contracted seaweed sprite to the seaside villa in Flower Town first. List was ready to inspect his territory. There was a peanut sprite that might breed a sprite worm, but he didn't check it. "Sir, you are finally back." Gort came to greet him. "What happened in the territory?" "Sir Count has returned to Tulip Castle. Yesterday afternoon, a messenger knight was sent to invite you to Tulip Castle to participate in a family banquet." "Really? Did the messenger knight say anything about the follow-up of the development order?" "Simply put, the iron ore mine in Kurong Mountain has been moved out, a total of 1.12 million tons of iron ore. No dragon knight rushed back to compete for the iron ore mine, but the first prince announced the end of the development order in advance after all the iron ore mines left the Eagle Kingdom coastline. They have all returned smoothly." List was surprised. This time, 1.12 million tons of iron ore were looted, but no dragon knight was dispatched. The count had looted no more than 200,000 tons of iron ore and was chased by a dragon knight. The comparison between the two was incredible. The messenger knight said that Sapphire's orders of chivalry have all returned safely. Not only did the Coral Island orders of chivalry not decrease, but there were also 800 more Earth Knights than when they set off. Sir Count's promotion to the rank of Marquis is already clear. The Grand Duke personally announced it in Iron Hoof Island's Oxhoof City. The Grand Duke went to Oxhoof City? Yes, the Grand Duke personally oversaw Oxhoof City and held a military merit conference. It was basically clear that Sir Count's military merit is enough to be promoted to Marquis. Sir Count has even discussed which part of Iron Hoof Island to choose as his fief. Which part did my father choose? The messenger knight doesn't know. Sir Count doesn't seem to have announced his choice to the public. Basically, the messenger knight explained these things. The specific details could only be known after List personally went to Tulip Castle. In order to urgently know the news, List did not stay in Port Town. He rode the seven-colored whale Lolth and hurried to Newport Town. He inspected the peanut plantation. Sure enough, the peanut sprout was pregnant with a sprite worm. After instructing the security group's worm protection team to look after the worm stalks, he returned to Flower Town without stopping. He then returned to the castle to take a bath and change his clothes. Riding the chocobo Loki, he quickly rushed to Tulip Castle. He arrived just before dark. His arrival quickly alarmed Tulip Castle. The Count personally led his family and many servants to the gate of Tulip Castle to welcome him. Chapter 660. The son of glory of the Tulip family was once a polite flattery, but now it had become a fact. If List could not be called the son of glory, then the Grand Duchy of Sapphire probably did not have a son of glory. He was the youngest Sky Knight and the successor of the Ghost Blade. He had defeated the Domain Knight and captured the Sword Saint. He had seized the iron mine and obtained the largest iron ore harvest in the past 100 years. Such a flashy feat could be described as a road of sparks and lightning. It was very difficult not to attract attention. Now that the expansion order had ended and the process of the war had spread throughout the kingdom, nobles and commoners on every island were probably talking about List. Even in the Eagle Kingdom, List's name was well known in a small circle. At least in the Roaring Estuary, all the nobles knew him. With such a strong son, Earl Lee William had to personally welcome him at the door to show his respect and attention to List. Naturally, the family and servants of the strong family had to show their respect. The once invisible and timid second son of the family had completely disappeared. Now, in everyone's eyes, List was a brilliant genius and hero. There was no dispute that he was the most outstanding descendant of the Tulip family. Father, thank you for welcoming me personally. This is the treatment you deserve. I am proud of you, my son. Lee William reached out and patted the shoulder of List, who was already a head taller than him. He always felt that the glory of the night was on List alone. He had the strength to suppress the top masters, the handsome face that could charm thousands of girls, and the luck of picking up an elf. Any one of these was enough to make people crazy with jealousy, not to mention all three. He turned around and said to Madame Marie, "Go tell the kitchen to prepare a New Year's banquet tonight." "Okay, you father and son talk more. I will personally supervise the preparation of the kitchen." Madame Marie smiled and left. The Earl then said to Lytton, "Go tell grandmother and sister that we will attend the banquet tonight." Then he said to Loria, "Go make a pot of tea and send it to the study. We will go to the study and chat for a while." "Yes, father." Loria also smiled and left. Only Lee William, Levis, and List were left. They went straight to the study. Regarding the Tulip family, the decision had to be made by these three men. To be precise, Lee William and List had to negotiate with each other. Levis was just a bystander. "Father, did the transportation of the iron ore go smoothly?" "It was surprisingly smooth. Alonso Cyclamen never showed himself, but we didn't dare to stay at the mouth of the Roaring Estuary for too long. The iron ore Dragon Mountain belonged to Alonso Cypress. Cypress of Alonso Cypress Knight did not show. Dragon of Cyprus. Cyprus, Cyprus. Cyprus of Cyprus of Cyprus of Cyprus of Cyprus, Dragon. Cyprus of. After of Cyprus of Dragon. Even if he could not come, he should have sent someone to fight for it. In order to show his presence, Levis quickly interrupted, "Father and I have already discussed this. We feel that it is possible that the war at the border is bothering Alonso. In addition, all the domain knights below the rank of Dragon Knight cannot defeat you, so we might as well strategically give up on the iron mine at Trapped Dragon Mountain." List nodded. That is a possibility. For now, this possibility was more logical, so he did not continue to think about it. He had already succeeded in riding a dragon. No matter what kind of threat he faced, he would be safe. He was more concerned about the distribution of war credit. Then how does the big guild define our war credit? How many tons of iron ore will they give us? Where is the marquisdom that he promised father? What does he think about me and the Grand Duke? We obtained the main war credit for stealing iron ore, but a large part of the war credit for transporting the iron ore was given to us. I estimate that the big guild will give us 100,000 tons of iron ore. The Earl said with a pained expression, "This part of the iron ore will naturally belong to you." List smiled and did not say anything. The war credit belonged to the Earl, and the spoils of war belonged to him. This was already agreed upon. The Earl continued, "The Grand Duke is directly guarding Iron Hoof Island. Although everyone was wrangling during the war credit conference, the Grand Duke clearly told me after the conference that I could choose one of the 3 marquisdoms of Iron Hoof Island, Oxtail and Oxhoof, as well as the marquisdom of Iron Hoof City." "Why is there another marquisdom of Iron Hoof City?" "Father, what is your choice?" Iron Hoof City is a big city second only to Blue Dragon City, where the palace is located. A marquisdom of the Blue Blood Alliance will be able to supervise Iron Hoof Island. I chose the marquisdom of Oxtail. The marquisdom of Oxtail needs to face the mainland directly. The marquisdom of Oxhorn is more complicated, while the marquisdom of Oxtail is relatively more peaceful. Lee Williams' thoughts leaned towards the middle. Oxhorn City was the starting point of Sapphire's attack on the mainland, so it naturally had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of suppressing the sea. Oxhorn City was once a prosperous city no less than Iron Hoof City. Sapphire's various underground forces were mixed in Oxhorn City. Only Oxtail City was not so eye-catching and suitable for low-key development. The Tulip family was only a count family, and its background was far worse than that of the Taro family. It needed time to develop. Choosing the marquisdom of Oxtail would allow him to govern the big city of Oxtail City, as well as the 2 big cities of Oxtail City and Oxtail City, as well as the vast surrounding land, which was enough for the family to develop. It's a good choice. List nodded, expressing his understanding. The Count glanced at List with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "There is another reason why I chose the marquisdom of Oxtail. The Grand Duke wants me to choose the marquisdom of Oxtail." Because the Grand Duke told me that among the 3 marquisdoms of Iron Hoof Island, the marquisdom of Oxtail has the weakest development potential, but he wants to leave the marquisdom of Iron Hoof City to you. In this way, the combined forces of us father and son will surpass the marquisdom of Oxtail and Oxhorn. List could not deny this, checks and balances. But I prefer to stay in Black Horse Island and Flower Town, where I work hard to develop my foundation. I also don't want to follow the Grand Duke and become a marquisdom of the Blue Blood Alliance. In addition to robbing, the aristocrats of the Blue Blood Alliance relied on the Grand Duke for survival. List was not even willing to be a follower of the Grand Duke, let alone a hound in the hands of the Grand Duke. Even the marquisdom was not rare. After all, he was a dragon knight who wanted to build his own country. You still have a lot of time to think about it. This time, all your military exploits will be given to me, but after all, it is too much. I believe that as long as you choose to follow the Grand Duke, I can still share some of the military exploits and meet the conditions for your promotion to Count. If you join the Blue Blood Alliance, I'm afraid you can directly be promoted to the Marquisdom of Iron Hoof City. Inwardly, the Count hoped that List would choose the Marquisdom of Iron Hoof City. Iron Hoof City was the largest city of Iron Hoof Island, and its attached territory was not much smaller than that of an ordinary count. With List's strength, it was unlikely that he could be ordered around by the Grand Duke at will like the other blue-blood aristocrats. Basically, he was equivalent to half a feudal and half a blue-blood aristocrat lord. If he joined forces with the upcoming Marquisdom of Oxdale, they could become the largest force of Iron Hoof Island. At that time, the Tulip family would become a true great aristocrat second only to the Sapphire family. But to his disappointment, List simply shook his head. I can't follow the Grand Duke directly. Brother, I'll have to trouble you to go out and see if there's anyone walking around and send them away. Chapter 661. Levis walked out of the study and closed the door. He was not a fool. Naturally, he could hear that List wanted to send him away. Although he was unwilling, at this stage, he really did not participate in the family's high-level secrets. In the study, the Count and List sat in large chairs. Just now, Rolia came and brought a few cups of brewed tea. The Count sipped the tea and waited for what List was about to say. He was really a little curious. His son seemed to be unwilling to follow the Grand Duke. Logically speaking, being able to become a follower of a greater noble was something to be excited about. Being a direct follower of the Grand Duke was certainly more opportunities and benefits than being a follower of a count or a marquis. This kind of good thing was something that other aristocrats would definitely break their heads to get, but when it came to his son, he simply refused. It was really hard to understand. Last time, it was okay. List was just a viscount. Even if he followed the Grand Duke, he would not get too much of an important position. It was better to follow the Count and help the family compete for glory. This time, the Marquis was in sight. With such a great status and glory, it was unreasonable to refuse again. He did not understand. List was very clear about what he was doing. The reason why he did not want to follow the Grand Duke was very clear. He was a noble dragon knight, and the Grand Duke may only be the lord of the dragon domain. The Sapphire Dragon was also disabled. How could a dragon knight be loyal to a disabled lord of the dragon domain? If Leo found out that he was subservient to a disabled Sapphire Dragon, he would probably go crazy on the spot. Father, you must be wondering why I don't want to follow the Grand Duke or separate from the family. List said calmly, the reason is very simple. I don't like the surname Macroalgae. It doesn't sound dignified, and I have a more noble surname to choose from. Don't like the surname Macroalgae? What a strange reason. The Count found himself more and more unable to understand his son. What noble surname do you have to choose from? I haven't thought about this surname yet. The Count was stunned. What? List weighed his words. According to my inference, the Grand Duke did not succeed in riding a dragon at all. He is just a lord of the dragon domain. Moreover, the Sapphire Dragon was severely injured. Not only did it not recover, but it was also likely to lose its lifespan. That's why I shouldn't follow such a lord. He despised the Sapphire Grand Duke a little. Back then, the Grand Duke who appeared on a dragon was really impressive. He looked like he was riding a dragon in a noble manner, making people think that he was really a dragon knight. However, in the end, he was just a lord of the Dragon City. At this moment, List was organizing his words and summarizing the pros and cons to see how he should inform the Count of his identity. Now that he no longer needed to be overly cautious, it was time to communicate with the Count, and let the Count weigh the future of the Tulip family. Once the country was established, the Tulip family would definitely follow him. Now, how the Tulip family would develop in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire was another plan and strategy. The Count did not know this. Hearing List's words, he suddenly frowned and his tone became serious. List, I know you are strong. As a Ghost Blade inheritor, you can defeat a domain knight. But the strength of the Grand Duke must not be underestimated. Even if he is not a dragon knight, just a lord of the dragon domain, he can still easily kill any ancient warrior inheritor. In fact, he can't kill me. Even in a fair fight, the Grand Duke is likely to be unable to beat me. You are too young and arrogant. Is it the defeat of a domain knight that makes you so blindly confident, or is it the Ghostblade inheritor that makes you think that you are stronger than a dragon? Father, I know the strength of a dragon better than anyone. Then you should understand your current identity. You still need to respect the Grand Duke in order to develop in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Have a sip of tea first, let me organize my words. List reached out and motioned the Count to calm down. His expression was indifferent, as if everything was under control. He was a dragon knight, and Qi was a magic shooter. Although they had not grown to their peak, their combined strength was definitely enough to compete with the Sapphire Grand Duke. And his identity would be announced sooner or later. It was impossible to keep it a secret for a lifetime, and he was not willing to bury his head in wretchedness. The Count was by far the most suitable person to inform at the first time. With the Count's cover, his identity as a dragon knight could still be concealed. But it also saved him the trouble of following the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke had given him the option to follow twice, and it was difficult to explain his repeated refusal. Although he was not willing to bow to the Lord of the Dragon Domain, if it was beneficial to his development, it was not impossible to endure humiliation first. But he was more worried about one thing. The Grand Duke had been with dragons for decades, and now he had become the Lord of the Dragon Domain. What if the Grand Duke discovered his identity as a dragon knight when he pledged allegiance to him on the spot? At that time, he was afraid that it would not just be a matter of pledging allegiance, but it was likely to involve a battle of dragon slaying. One should not have the heart to harm others, but the heart to guard against others. Who knew when the Sapphire Grand Duke found a dragon knight whose strength had not yet risen, would he choose to care for and provide an environment for growth, or would he choose to use violent means to rob the young dragon? There was a 99% chance that he would rob the young dragon and leave it for his own family to survive. At that time, whether List defeated the Grand Duke, or the Grand Duke defeated List, it would set off huge waves. If a foreign dragon knight took advantage of the situation, he was afraid that at that time, the situation would not be able to be cleaned up. So the Count's cover was very necessary. A father would prevent his son from pledging allegiance to others in order to make more achievements for himself. It might seem greedy to outsiders, but it was indeed an excuse that made people speechless. After a moment, he had figured out the details, so he told the truth about his identity. I have to confess one thing to you. There's no such thing as a Slayer's inheritance. It's just a cover. I've been practicing the orthodox knight cultivation system from beginning to end. I'm just a Sky Knight. There is no Ghostblade inheritance. The Count's face changed, and then he stared at List. But your strength is stronger than a domain knight. Don't tell me that this is because of your talent. Half of it is because of my talent, and the other half is very simple. I am a dragon knight. He calmly revealed his identity. What? The Count suspected that he had heard wrong. List seriously repeated, I am already a dragon knight. Dragon knight? The Count stretched out his hand, and his expression was very stiff. You mean, dragon knight, a dragon knight riding a dragon? It's a fire dragon. Fire dragon? Evil dragon? Don't worry, I will restrain it from doing evil. The Count heard this and nodded slightly, as if he had accepted this fact. He leaned back in his chair, and then picked up his half-drunk tea on the table, his movements very casual. However, List still carefully noticed that the tea in the transparent glass cup was trembling slightly. He wanted to bring the cup to his mouth, but the cup trembled more and more, and eventually his whole arm trembled. The tea in the cup almost spilled out, but he could not bring it to his mouth. Finally, The tea in the cup was shaken out by him, and a large amount spilled on his chest, but he did not seem to feel it. He looked at the void in front of him. Dragon Knight, right? Chapter 662. Every day, Warsong would change his account to send gifts. The study was quiet. The weather in September was not as hot as August, and the windows had all been replaced with glass, making it very bright. The Count seemed to hear what Liszt was saying, but his mind was no longer on this channel. Many fragments of time emerged in his mind. There was the shock when he saw the sapphire dragon for the first time under the leadership of his father when he was young. There was also the joy when Melissa gave birth to her second son, and the strength of the family with only one son. He worked hard all his life to achieve the glory of the family, to let the tulip bloom in sapphire. The tulip family, under his efforts, gradually became famous in sapphire. All aristocrats, big and small, knew that there was such a family and such a sacred swordsman of waves. However, he did not know when. Perhaps it started when Liszt came of age and decided to be in theft. The results of his efforts, which he was proud of, seemed to become more and more ridiculous. He became a sky knight at the age of 23. As the son of a small aristocrat, he was enough to be called a genius. However, his second son, who was abandoned by him and did not receive any resources, became a sky knight at the age of 18. He inherited his father's estate and cultivated a great tulip and 12 lesser sprites. Liszt picked up a great sprite and a bunch of lesser sprites while swimming. The number of sprites produced in the palm-sized territory was almost as many as the harvest of Coral Island in 10 years. He had been yearning for an intermediate World of Warcraft mount since he was young, but he never got one. Liszt first raised a batch of intermediate World of Warcraft blizzard beasts, then picked up a batch of black blood horses with extraordinary bloodlines, and then there was the flying chocobo Loki and the diving seven-colored whale Lolth. Most importantly, he was now 46 years old, while Liszt was now 18 years old. In an actual combat exercise at the beginning of the year, he, as a sacred swordsman, was suppressed by Liszt and had almost no power to fight back. He convinced himself to accept this, to accept the reality that his son was stronger than him. He also convinced himself to accept that his son was the son of glory and would naturally be blessed by the glory of the night. As a result, suddenly, Liszt became a ghost blade inheritor, and his strength was enough to defeat a powerful domain knight head-on. In any case, the Count believed and tried hard to convince himself that he should be proud of his son, proud that his son could bring him incomparably glorious military exploits. Especially when the Grand Duke personally promised him 3 marquises on Iron Hoof Island for him to choose from, he really felt that he had given birth to an outstanding son. The achievement of the Tulip family, which originally required the hard work of several generations, was easily achieved. This was already the perfect ending. He was promoted to the Marquis of Oxtail, Liszt was promoted to the Marquis of Iron Hoof Island, and the Tulip family was divided into 2 marquises. But now he heard something. Dragon Knight? The Count felt that the foundation of his worldview, outlook on life, and values that he had worked hard to convince himself had collapsed. All that was left was confusion. What confused him was that everything he had fought for in his life had become laughable material in front of the news that Liszt had become a Dragon Knight. Those struggles, those perseverance, those unyieldingness, in front of the Dragon Knight, were nothing. The tea in the cup spilled on his clothes. Like an old man, he indulged in recalling his life experiences, joys and sorrows, as if hiding in these memories. It was as if hiding in these memories, he lived like a true sacred swordsman, being praised and praised by countless people, and shouldering the fate of revitalizing the family. He did not have to face the huge, shocking news that oppressed him to the point of suffocation. Until a thunderous voice rang in his ears, "Father." Only then did he suddenly recover from his trance. His hand trembled and spilled the rest of the tea. Looking at Liszt, who was waving in front of him, his mind was still not completely clear. "What? Your tea spilled." "Oh, it's okay, go ahead." He put the teacup on the table, looked down at the water stains on his chest, took a deep breath, and tried to make his mind return to normal. Where was I just now? Yes, you said you are a dragon knight, right? I just explained it once, father, you were probably distracted. List was quite helpless. Who would have thought that just the news of the dragon knight would scare the famous sacred swordsman of waves like this? The count suppressed his chaotic thoughts and said, then listen to it again. I have obtained the recognition of a fire dragon and have become a true dragon knight. The reason why my strength has become so strong is because I have trained with the fire dragon. My chi has evolved into dragon chi. Now my strength is increasing rapidly every day. If I were to face Marquis Wildtao again, would probably be able to finish him off in one move. How do you compare to Marquis Bull? Easily defeated. Back then, the Grand Duke almost defeated Marquis Bull in one move. Can your strength compare to the Grand Duke? After a few deep breaths, the Count's thoughts had returned to normal, and he was no longer in a trance. He had regained his father's dignity. However, the water stains on his chest were a little conspicuous. List nodded. When the Grand Duke defeated Marquis Bull, he was already surrounded by 100 Sky Knights and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. I dare not say that I can definitely defeat the Grand Duke, but it shouldn't be too big of a problem to fight him on equal footing. The Count did not immediately reply. Instead, he casually tapped the table with his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked at List and said seriously, then, since you are already a dragon knight, where is your fire dragon? I hid it, but I can let you feel my dragon might as a dragon knight, father. The corner of List's mouth curled up into a smile. He connected to Leo telepathically, and instantly used Leo's dragon might to surge from his body. He did not use his full strength, and only limited it to the study. However, this simple release of dragon might cause the Count to have goosebumps all over his body. His chest seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he held his breath in as if he would suffocate at any time. That's right. That's the feeling. Dragon might. It's as strong as the Grand Dukes and the Sapphire Dragons. After the dragon might dissipated, the Count swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a little bitter and a little excited. He forcibly suppressed his emotions and asked in a hoarse voice, List, when can I see your fire dragon? Whenever I'm free, I'm free. Huh? Don't you need to communicate in advance? Father. List said calmly. I am a dragon knight, and the fire dragon is a partner that I fight side by side with and recognize. When I call it, it will appear. There is no need to communicate and negotiate like the Grand Duke used to raise the Sapphire Dragon. The Count suddenly slammed the table. I understand, but I need some time to calm down. Let me sort out my thoughts. We will talk in detail after the dinner. I will go and chat with my brother for a while. Father, you can think about it calmly. List got up and left, leaving the study to the Count. The door closed. Chapter 663. This chapter is Fantasy Reaper 11 Reward Added. The atmosphere of the banquet was harmonious. Madame Penelope was particularly active. The old madam was no longer healthy, but she was in a good mood. Although she did not know that List was a dragon knight, her son had already been confirmed as the Marquis of Oxdale, and her grandson was likely to become the Marquis of Ironhoof Island. How could she not be in a good mood? Apart from the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and the two princesses, there was no one else in the Grand Duchy and the two princesses. Even the two princesses were not as good as this old madam. It was true that during the reign of the Grand Duchy, the princesses were revered. But once the crown prince succeeded the throne, the princesses were nothing more than two sisters who had already married. When the crown prince had his own descendants, the status of the princesses would be even lower. Estranged from generation to generation, the princesses would either integrate into the feudal lords or the blue-blood aristocrats. It would be impossible for them to continue to attach themselves to the Sapphire family. She ate a soft steamed egg and joked, "We have to pay attention to one thing. I'm afraid that many greater aristocrats will bring their daughters to visit the Coral Island. Indeed, this is a major event in List's life." Madame Marie followed up. Rolia also smiled and echoed, "Family background, appearance, and conduct should be carefully investigated and considered. The most important thing is List's own choice." List just ate his dinner and did not respond to the three madams' worries about his marriage. He had no desire for aristocratic ladies. With his current status, he did not need to rely on marriage to strengthen himself. The Count knew of List's Dragon Knight identity. Therefore, he was well aware of List's choice of marriage partner. He said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. No matter which young lady comes to visit, let List make his own decision, understand?" In his opinion, it was best for List, who had a dragon, to marry a princess to match his identity. The Dragon Knight, with his fighting strength at the top of the world, had always been the best choice for princesses. "You are now the Marquis of Oxtail. You have the final say in the Tulip family." Madame Penelope said indifferently, "You have always made your own decisions, and I have not seen you make any good choices." After saying that, he glanced at Madame Marie. His meaning was self-evident. Madame Marie continued to smile, as if she did not understand the subtext of Madame Penelope's words. In that case, after the banquet, the Count and List entered the study again to discuss in detail. "Since you have become a Dragon Knight, you must have had a dragon for a long time. When did it start?" "I found Leo on Black Horse Island. He is a growing young dragon, but as an elemental dragon, he is very powerful. Basically, ever since I became a Sky Knight, I've been training with Leo. That's why my strength has improved so much." "Leo is that fire dragon?" "Yes. No wonder I lost to you so miserably in the actual combat drill." It seemed that because he had lost to the Dragon Knight, the Earl quickly got over the setback and could calmly talk about the fiasco. "I didn't expect the Tulip family to have a Dragon Knight." List smiled. "The knight's glory favors me." The Earl was silent for a moment and also smiled. "The knight's glory favors me." Then he asked sternly, "Leo is still a young dragon. What are your plans?" "The growth cycle of a dragon is measured in hundreds of years. I am exploring the Dragon Knight's training method. In fact, the best way is to get the Dragon Knight's Dochi's secret book from the Grand Duke, so that I can refer to the first Grand Duke's training method and quickly improve my strength. Now I can only explore it independently, and the progress is slow. The Grand Duke will never easily give away the Dragon Knight's Dochi's secret book. I am not counting on the Grand Duke. As long as he can tolerate me developing my strength steadily, I will leave the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and look for other overseas islands to build a country." "You want to go overseas to build a country?" "I can't overthrow the Sapphire family and rob the Grand Duchy of Sapphire to build a country. The Grand Duke did not abuse the Tulip family. I am not willing to betray the Lord." Although the huge profits of war once drove List to the battlefield, the basic rules still need to be followed. The Sapphire family did not target the Tulip family, so the Grand Duke will always be the Count's lord. As a follower, betraying the Lord is already an immoral act that is despised. If he kills the Lord, his reputation will be completely ruined. Even if in the future people fear the strength of the dragon-raising family and dare not say it out loud, they will still insult the dragon-raising family behind their backs. It is not easy to build a country from scratch. At least it needs the support of the kingdom. I thought you would choose to build a country on the mainland. I prefer to develop on the island. Many people think that the island is desolate, but it is not difficult for me to develop on the island. It is not easy to develop a country. You must realize this, especially since the fire dragon is an elemental dragon. It does not help much in the production of resources. As long as List takes down the invisible dragon, there will be no shortage of resources. Even if there is only Leo, it is not really impossible to develop productivity. Father, I think the elemental dragon also has strong production potential. I have explored a lot about the use of the fire dragon. At present, the glass making, charcoal calcination, bricks and pottery on Black Horse Island all use the power of the fire dragon. As long as there is more exploration, the power of the fire dragon is the driving force from agriculture to industry. After all, it is equivalent to unlimited energy. If steam engines, internal combustion engines, and the like can be developed, the Industrial Revolution may be set off at any time. However, the Industrial Revolution takes too much energy. Now List, as a Dragon Knight, enjoys the great power of the Dragon Knight and has little motivation to promote the Industrial Revolution. He wants to ride a dragon to explore this wonderful world and discover all the mysterious things. In this way, the father and son outlined the future of List's country. However, no matter how beautiful the blueprint is, it has to be built step by step. At present, the most important thing is to ensure that List can develop steadily until the day of the founding of the country. Father, I am not going to see the Grand Duke. I hope you can deal with the Grand Duke and dispel the Grand Duke's attempt to recruit me as a follower. Otherwise, even if the Grand Duke does not snatch Leo, the Dragon Knight of other kingdoms will launch a dragon-slaying war against me. It will be as bumpy as the founding of the first Grand Duke. You can rest assured that it is just a little bit of greed. I will tell the Grand Duke directly that I need you to help the Tulip family develop and gain a foothold on Iron Hoof Island. At least for 10 years, you do not need to be loyal to the Grand Duke. Is 10 years enough for you to develop to the point of self-protection? List nodded. It won't be long before I will shake the sea. 10 years is more than enough. Father, as long as I succeed in founding the country and separate from the family, the Tulip family will have the status of Marquis Bull in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. This is my promise. Nobles pay attention to etiquette. Even between father and son, after the separation of the family, interests must be the first priority. Chapter 664. The father and son talked for 2 hours in the study, then they called Levis in, and the father and son continued to talk for 2 hours. They mainly talked about material distribution, merit statistics, and other issues, including the follow-up work of the serf purchase, as well as all aspects of the Tulip family's entry into Iron Hoof Island, Oxdale City. I will ask the Grand Duke for a 5-year harvest period. During these 5 years, Coral Island will still be ruled by the Tulip family. You have to hurry up with your plan. Black Horse Island may only have a 5-year harvest period. 5 years is enough. List understood. The Count could get him a 5-year harvest period on Black Horse Island and exemption from allegiance to the Grand Duke for 10 years, which was enough for him to arrange his own plan. Most importantly, a Chi could be promoted to magic shooter at any time. Once a Chi was promoted, then with the power of the Dragon Knight and magic shooter, there would be no need to fear the Dragon Slayer. The strength of a magic shooter could fight a dragon alone. Even if a Chi was a little weaker, she could contain part of the Dragon Knight's combat power. List would be enough to deal with the rest. He had been using Alonso Cyclamen as an imaginary enemy. Alonso, as a bronze Dragon Knight, a production-type metal dragon, may not be as strong as a sapphire dragon in its heyday. Leo could probably fight a bronze dragon in 2 years. The expression of confidence was always on his face, and his heart was full of confidence. Moreover, I have the smoke mission to help me grow, and my strength has skyrocketed. Midnight. Resting in Tulip Castle. Stroking the flame dragon pattern that Leo had turned into, illusory smoke floated in front of his eyes. Mission: you have obviously succeeded in riding a dragon and become a real Dragon Knight. You can roam the world's generals, but it is undeniable that Leo is still young, and the next step of training is still clueless. Please restrain your mood of showing off and explore the next step of training in a low-key manner. Reward: 1 magic shooter. The mission was not completed because he had not yet figured out the training method. The reason why he checked the mission was mainly to judge whether he was showing off by revealing the news of Leo to the Count. Now that he hadn't failed the mission, it wasn't like he was showing off. Although the Count is very shocked, my original intention is not to show off, but to plan for the future. When the Grand Duke officially calculates the military merits, the Count will be promoted to Marquis Oxtail, and the Tulip family will have a lot of arable land. I'm afraid that they will migrate a large number of Coral Island serfs to Iron Hoof Island. The migration of serfs in Coral Island has led to a decline in population, which is bound to affect the commercial trade of Black Horse Island. Therefore, he had to make plans as soon as possible to buy more ships and develop his own shipbuilding industry to open up the sea trade channel. In the end, he had to build a large enough fleet to open up a new island country. It's time for Yevich to prepare the expedition fleet. Everyone was thinking about conquering the continent, conquering the sky, but only he was thinking about conquering the sea. Suddenly, he then thought of his grandfather, Marquis Merlin. I don't know how Marquis Merlin is doing. This time, the Taro family, as the main help in the fight for the iron ore, made a lot of contributions. Masiro's position should be stable. Unfortunately, my cousin's fertility problem is a problem. He had a good impression of Marquis Merlin. Back then, he was looked down upon by the Tulip family, yet his grandfather attached great importance to him. This favor was worth repaying. Moreover, his relationship with his cousin, Immortal, was pretty good. If I have time, I should make a trip to Red Crab Island and meet Marquis Merlin. In passing, I should borrow the Palace speedboat from the Taro family and see if I can research the 3-masted sailboat technology. If the Taro family is unable to gain a foothold in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire in the future, I can take them to my country. In any case, he didn't want the Taro family's bloodline to be severed, and even more so, he didn't want to be replaced. At this point, he already had enough strength to prevent certain things from happening. Unfortunately, the custom of adoption is not popular in this world. If the aristocratic bloodline is severed, the fief will be taken back. If adoption is possible, then Levis and Relia should simply have another son, and then pass the son to cousin Immortal to inherit the Taro family's territory. In any case, he still planned to look for food and medicinal herbs that could increase male fertility and give them to Immortal. Early the next morning, the Count got up early and was ready to go. When Liszt got up, washed his face, and ate breakfast, he kept pacing back and forth at the entrance of Tulip Castle, looking very restless. One couldn't blame him for acting like this because he had an appointment with Liszt. Today, he would let him see the true form of Fire Dragon Leo. Dragon. The Count took a deep breath of the fragrance of tulip flowers. He wanted to calm down, but he couldn't calm down. Dragon. It is Liszt's dragon, which is equivalent to the Tulip family's dragon. Who would have thought that my son would be a dragon knight standing at the peak of the world? Not far away, several servants were leading the chocobo Loki for a stroll in the garden. In the past, every time he saw this 7-colored bird, he would be very envious. However, this time, he didn't have the slightest conflict. It's just an uncommon World of Warcraft, nothing in front of a dragon. I don't know if Liszt can come across some more powerful World of Warcraft. When the time comes, I'll have him catch one for me. This small favor, Liszt would definitely give him face. The Count suddenly found that his dream of many years had come true so easily. It's wonderful to have a dragon knight as a son. While he was waiting, his heart was about to burst into flames. Liszt finally finished his breakfast, walked out of Tulip Castle's entrance, greeted the Count, then mounted the chocobo Loki and galloped with the Count into the uninhabited wilderness. 2/3 of Coral Island's land had been opened up, but there was still 1/3 that hadn't been opened up. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of an undeveloped hill. This place is secluded enough that no one will find traces of a dragon. So, how are you going to call Leo over? the Count asked excitedly. List smiled without saying a word. Instead, he stretched out his right arm, spread open his palm, and telepathically linked to the little fire dragon Leo. Leo, come out according to the way we planned. After getting Leo's response, he added a line for himself, come out, my partner Leo. Boom! Under the watchful gaze of the Count's widened pupils, flames rose from List's arm. The flames didn't burn his clothes, but directly sprayed out, instantly burning half the sky red. Then came a majestic dragon roar from the flames, roar. The next moment, the flames exploded, filling the sky with fire. When the flames were about to extinguish, a red and black dragon with a sinister appearance and a powerful beauty gradually revealed its perfectly curved figure. It was the 20-meter-long little fire dragon Leo. The outline of the flames gradually solidified, stepping on the flames that were about to extinguish. Holding his head high, he glanced at the Count with disdain, then turned his head away and looked at List. List seized the opportunity to grab one of its scales, mounted the dragon tooth platform, and shouted in high spirits, Father, in the entire Grand Duchy of Sapphire, I am the only true dragon knight. Chapter 665. Seeing the Count's envious and shocked eyes, List was very proud. At this stage, his identity as a dragon knight could not be exposed, so he could only show off in front of the Count first. However, just as he was about to ride Leo into the sky, he suddenly remembered that his smoke mission required him to be low-key, so he restrained his desire to show off. In order to prevent the mission from failing, he could only resist the desire to go to the sky, walk down from Leo's back, and then signaled Leo to hurry back. Roar! Leo didn't move, but he turned into a huge ball of flame and surrounded List. When the scorching flames dissipated, List was standing in the same place, unscathed. Leo had turned back into the image of a flaming dragon and stayed on his chest, communicating with List through the telepathic bond. The appearance fee is at least 10 potions. No problem, perform well, and you will get your share of the potions, he responded in his heart. Then he faced the Count and said lightly, Father, I have taken back Leo. He does not like to perform at will. Although he is a young dragon, he still has the pride of a dragon. No one can drive him unless he has his approval. I understand, I understand. The Earl nodded in disappointment, and then asked urgently, So Leo has been living in your body all this time? This should be the magic of dragons. Their flesh and blood are indestructible, and they can turn into a mass of magic and attach themselves to the body of a knight. List did not say much. There were some secrets that he did not want to announce to the public, or it could be said that he had begun to consciously keep the dragon a secret, just like the dragon-raising families. The secret of the dragon was naturally in the hands of a few people, so it was safer. Otherwise, if all the knight in the world went to find a dragon, it would not be a mess, and it would directly shake the foundation of the dragon-raising families. The Count also knew this, so he did not continue to ask questions, but changed the topic and asked, Leo looks much smaller than the sapphire dragon. Can his combat power really compare to an adult sapphire dragon? There is definitely a difference, but the training methods of the Dragon Knight and the Dragon City Lord are different. The Dragon City Lord focuses more on snatching the dragon's lifespan and not on strength, while the Dragon Knight trains together with the dragon. A Region Lord is equivalent to 1 + 1 is less than 2, but a Dragon Knight is 1 + 1 is more than 2. It's good that you know what you're doing. When it's time to hide it, don't expose it. This is the foundation of the family's rise. Once the country is established, a fire dragon might be enough to protect the family for 1,000 years. I understand. In fact, I've never considered the Grand Duke and the Sapphire Dragon as my opponents. I believe that once they announce the establishment of a kingdom, there will definitely be a dragon-slaying war. These kingdoms will not allow more forces to divide their resources. Among them, the Golden Age Marquis Alonso Immortal is my most likely opponent in the dragon-slaying battle. I've also investigated Alonso. He rides an adult bronze dragon and is a dragon knight that the Eagle Kingdom has cultivated for more than a decade. However, it is said that the bronze dragon has experienced several generations of dragon knight and is in the prime of its life. Are you sure that Leo can catch up to it in a few years? Father, elemental dragons are different from metal dragons and gem dragons. They are naturally good at fighting. Moreover, Leo is only a juvenile, but he already has a wingspan of 20 meters. It won't take long for his body to surpass the bronze dragon. When Leo was born, his wingspan was about 10 meters, much smaller than the invisible dragon with a wingspan of 15 meters. However, a few months later, Leo's wingspan had reached 20 meters, and his body was much larger than the invisible dragon. After swallowing the dragon's will left by the remains of the fire dragon, and then swallowing the dragon's will accumulated in the volcano of the Isle of Dodo, his growth was rapid. According to the remains of the fire dragon on Black Horse Island, the wingspan of an adult fire dragon may reach more than 100 meters, which is one of the largest wingspans among all known dragons. List did not have much data on hand, but he still made a table to record the dragon's size data. Among them, the adult fire dragon has a wingspan of 100 meters, which is the largest known at present. The adult light dragon has a wingspan of about 80 meters, which was speculated by the Black Dragon Gang Paris. The adult white iron dragon has a wingspan of 60 meters, which Yevich Water Peanut had come into contact with. The adult sapphire dragon has a wingspan of 50 meters, which List saw with his own eyes. The adult light emerald dragon has a wingspan of 45 meters, which Yevich had also come into contact with. The adult brass dragon has a wingspan of 30 meters, which Yevich had also come into contact with. Finally, there is the bronze dragon, with a wingspan of about 30 meters, which vampires among the blood servants have heard from the Black Knight family pureblood. The data is a little crude, but it can be seen. The elemental dragon is the largest of the dragons, and the gem dragon is medium in size. Although there are white iron dragons with a wingspan of 60 meters among the metal dragons, most of them are bronze dragons and brass dragons with a wingspan of 30 meters. Body shape may not represent combat power. However, it often takes 2 or 3 dragon knight to kill a dragon. It can be seen that the strength of the elemental dragon is definitely higher than that of the metal dragons and elemental dragons. Of course, these are just my personal speculations. There is no theoretical data to support it, so it doesn't count. I will try to keep a low profile and not easily cause a conflict without being fully prepared. Although List was a little carried away, he did not lose his mind. The Dragon Knight can be trained. Other Dragon Knight have trained for more than 10 years. Even if the dragon's combat power is slightly weaker, it is enough to make up for the gap with training. Just like the Sky Knight has the levels of Ordinary, Sword Saint, and Perfection, if the Dragon Knight also has such levels, List, who has just ridden a dragon, will definitely be ravaged. Therefore, it is still necessary to follow the instructions of the Smoke Mission, restrain the mood of showing off, and keep a low profile to explore the training method. On the way back, the Count finally regained his usual calmness. It is not that he has never seen a dragon. Every time he goes to the Blue Dragon Island for a meeting, he has the opportunity to see the Sapphire Dragon. Therefore, the existence of a fire dragon does not bring much impact to him. The more impact is that this fire dragon belongs to his own son. Adjust your mentality. Soon, he felt relieved. It was just that the way he looked at List was a bit different. Maybe one day, he will surrender and swear allegiance to List. After returning to Tulip Castle, List did not stay long and directly said goodbye. There are a lot of things waiting for him to deal with in the territory, especially the distribution of military merits. He can exchange military merits in the form of materials, but his followers need military merits to be promoted. Becoming an aristocrat is the dream of every knight. You are busy, so I won't keep you for long. However, you have to come to grandmother's place and pick a potted plant to take back," said Madame Penelope. "When you went to Flower Town a few days ago, didn't you give me a potted plant? That was given a few days ago. Now, I have decided that every time you come to Tulip Castle, you will bring a potted plant back from me." "All right. There is no need to decline this kind of thing. Besides, he himself is looking forward to the old madam's potted plant." On the balcony, the magic eyes patrolled around. Unfortunately, he did not find the light of magic retroaction, so he had to pick a potted plant that looked more luxuriant to take away. So be it. The Chocobo Loki returned to Flower Town in half an hour. The retainer knight who followed him were still wandering on the road, long accustomed to List's haste. As soon as he returned to his nameless castle, he received a report from the butler Carter. "Master, there was a chaotic battle in the worm house last night. Ella clashed with several sprites and planted the whole worm house with thorns and other plants. Finally, several Earth Knights were invited to suppress the riot." List was shocked. "Ella is all right? Are my sprites hurt?" Ella and the sprites only suffered some superficial injuries. Chapter 666. On the second floor of the castle, he saw that the walls were full of potholes, which were obviously traces of the elves' battle last night. The arrival of List was quickly sensed by the elves, so they climbed out of their boxes one after another and called out to List. Ella seemed to know that she had made a mistake. She lay on the edge of the box, looked at List pitifully, and made a cry of grievance. "Wow!" List ignored them and scolded them with a straight face. "Everyone, come over here and stand in a row on this table." Gulp. Wow. Squeak. Woola. The elves flew out of their respective rooms and came to the table designated by List. However, some touched each other in a friendly way, and some glared at each other. The elves were different in color, appearance, personality, and temper. Silence. Don't move. When the elves were completely subdued, List said to the butler, "Carter, Mr. Carter, you identify who was the first to pick a fight last night, who was the one who started the fight, and who is responsible, and who is less. Point them out one by one. Don't cover up. The elves are cute, but they really need to be taught a lesson." "Master, I will not cover up any elf." When Carter spoke, he looked at the thorn elf, Ella. Ella was glaring at him. But Carter was not threatened and directly pointed out, all the fights were started by Ella. Ella yelled to stop Carter from snitching. Wow. But List reached out and pressed his head directly, motioning Carter to continue. The first one to fight was Ella, followed by the gold thread elf. It not only fought with Ella but also pulled the other elves in. Woola. The gold thread elf yelled to express her grievance. Carter pointed out the responsibilities of each sprite one by one. Except for the corn sprite Mickey and a few other mild-tempered sprites, the other sprites all participated in the fight. After List understood, he glanced at the elves standing in a row on the table and finally fixed his eyes on Ella. "Jayla, you provoked, attacked, and continued to attack violently. You are the most responsible. You will be punished with a week of confinement. No, you will not be allowed to leave your box for a week. You must be confined. Wow. If you dare to talk back, I'll extend your confinement time." Woo. Wah, very good, 8 days of confinement. Ella opened her mouth and finally did not dare to make any more sounds. List continued to announce, "Goldthread sprite, attack, continue your violent attacks, and make things worse. Responsibility is secondary. You will be punished with 5 days of confinement." The gold thread sprite had learned her lesson and did not make a sound. The other fighting elves were confined for 1 to 3 days. In this way, the fight between the sprites was successfully resolved, and List's majesty was further consolidated. He believed that the punishment of confinement would make them remember, especially the grumpy Ella, who needed a long memory. Dealing with the affairs of Flower Town. Before going into seclusion to explore the Dragon Knight's practice method, List went to Port Town and gathered all his followers in the Knight Academy's Knight Square. A grand celebration ceremony was held in front of the townspeople. Whether it was a knight, a magician, or the best of other professions, they were invited to watch, and the Nuan Knight Square was packed. In an office in the square office building, Marcus was waiting for List to check the list of merits. List trusted Marcus and List. He did not question the list, but was ready to increase the reward. Being rich and willful, he did not mind sharing more profits with his followers. These followers would be an important team for his future country. All right, I have seen the list. Is the ceremony in the square ready? Paris, who was in charge of maintaining order, answered him, My lord, everything is ready. We are waiting for you to announce the start of the ceremony. Then let's go. When he led the crowd out of the office building, there was a loud applause in the square, and many people were shouting slogans such as, My lord, Knight's glory, and so on. He had long been accustomed to this kind of noise. List walked to the rostrum without any reaction, stood in the center, glanced at the excited and crazy crowd, and stretched out his hand to press down. Suddenly, all the sounds disappeared, and only steady or rapid breathing was left on the scene. This was the authority of the Lord. A word and a gesture could control everything. Such a wonderful pleasure of power made List intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. My subjects, welcome to the celebration ceremony of the expansion order. Suddenly, the cheers sounded again, rolling like a tide, roaring for a full minute, and then completely silent when List stretched out his hand for the second time. My followers, welcome to share the joy of victory with me. I hope that the glory of knights will always look after me, my followers, my territory, and all the things that are thriving in it. List said the second sentence, My followers, welcome to share the joy of victory with me. I hope that the glory of knights will always look after me, my followers, my territory, and everything that is thriving in it. There was no time for the followers to cheer. He continued, 31 Knight of Black Horse Island died in this expansion order. They were close comrades, close partners, and loyal followers. They were the people of Black Horse Island and the Knight of Black Horse Island. We cannot forget what they have paid. Let us observe a minute of silence for them. A minute of silence, with only the faint sound of dogs barking in the distance. The silence was over. The celebration ceremony continued. List did not say any more polite nonsense. Instead, he took out the prepared list and read, I said, the glory belongs to me, I am with you, and now is the time to share the glory with you. The following people on the list have been awarded the title of Lord Knight for their meritorious service. Who? All the knight in the entire Knight Square were short of breath. Even though most of them knew that they did not have enough meritorious service, they were still excited. Marcus Wheel, the first name to be read was Marcus. List smiled and looked at his former home teacher, now the head of the Orders of Chivalry, and walked up to the rostrum with trembling steps. Then he knelt on one knee and performed the knight's loyalty etiquette. List nodded slightly and continued to read the list, Charles Trapp. The head of the security group, who once wandered to Coral Island and voluntarily gave up his aristocratic status to follow List, was a wandering knight of the Outer Islands. After hearing the words, with tears in his eyes, he strode up to the rostrum, knelt on one knee beside Marcus, and performed the knight's loyalty etiquette. Then List continued to read the names of 7 knight, and the people on the rostrum had already knelt down. Then he read the last name, Griffin Haystack. This was one of the first knight to follow him. He was an orphan and just an ordinary Earth Knight. He was also the only ordinary Earth Knight in this title. Relying on the fearless spirit of the Knight's charge and the luck of the Knight's glory, he received meritorious service that was not inferior to the elite Earth Knight. So, Chapter 667. This chapter is a reward for the Alliance Master, Xiao Ruizi's kitchen. It will be 1 chapter for now and 5 more chapters in the future. The celebration ceremony was undoubtedly a success. The conferment of the 10 Lord Knight ignited everyone's yearning for nobility, and the subsequent gold coins and material rewards of the Earth Knight made all civilians envious and students jealous. They wished they were the ones fighting on the battlefield. The knight and officials were also rewarded, but much less than the knight on the battlefield. It was this unbalanced reward that made all the knight yearn for the battlefield, ignoring the previous morning. After the ceremony was a banquet. On the eve of the banquet, List summoned the 10 Lord Knight to the conference hall of the administrative office. In the center of the hall was a huge 4 square meter sand table. The sand table drew a complete topographic map of Black Horse Island according to scale. The town, rivers, and roads on the island were clearly visible. Everyone, this is the sand table map of Black Horse Island. You have become Lord Knight, and I will reward you with land. From today on, you will all be lords with your own land. Most of the wastelands here are marked with red lines, and your fief will be chosen from here. The fief of a Lord Knight was generally based on villages and settlements. The 10 Lord Knight, including Marcus, all stared intently at the sand table map. List did not actually like the system of enfeefment. The land could only be produced in his hands. If it was given to others, it would be difficult to set foot in it at will. However, he had already prepared for it. The era of Black Horse Island as a fief is coming to an end. As my father goes to Iron Hoof Island to be promoted to Marquis, I will also follow him and go to Iron Hoof Island to manage the new fief, so the fief of Black Horse Island is only a transition. The Lord Knight looked at List and listened. I will give you 2 options. One is to manage your own fief, which is no different from the previous aristocratic estates. The other is to hand over the land to my territorial officials for overall management, and get a harvest from the land income every year, eliminating the cumbersome management. The system he ultimately wanted to achieve was a system of empty titles. The knight would still enjoy the rights of the fief, but would not participate in the management. Just like the shareholders of a company, they don't hold meetings, don't vote, and don't ask what to do. When the time comes, they just wait for the dividends. Of course. It didn't matter if this system was boycotted. One day, he would establish his own country. At that time, he would find a large island like the Blue Dragon Island as his family's property and leave the other uninhabited islands to the nobles to manage. Let's play our own games and see who's richer. However, the resistance he expected did not appear. All the Lord Knight chose the second option and handed over their territories to the territorial officials for unified management. They were not stupid and knew that following List's footsteps was far more important than a few fiefs. Moreover, Black Horse Island would be handed over sooner or later, and no matter how well it was managed, it would be difficult to pass it on to future generations. Most importantly, all the towns on Black Horse Island are not dirty and messy. On the contrary, they are well equipped, clean and tidy, and far more livable than the countryside. These knights were used to living in the town, so they didn't care much about the countryside. After understanding the situation, List couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, after living in the city for a long time, they don't want to go back to the countryside. People like to migrate from backward areas to developed areas, but migration from developed areas to backward areas is rare. The towns and cities of Black Horse Island are models of civilization, and everyone enjoys it. The celebration ceremony ended successfully. The atmosphere of the territory also showed a sense of prosperity with the birth of new nobles. The students of the Knight Academy did not need the supervision of their instructors. All of them seriously practiced the Knight class, fantasizing that one day it would be their turn to go to the battlefield and achieve military exploits that represented supreme glory. Everyone knew that their lord was the son of glory, the most dazzling aristocratic rising star of Sapphire. The Viscount was only a temporary transition, the Earl was easy to grasp, and there were rumors that even if it was a marquis, List could easily be promoted. Strength represented future potential, and he was already recognized as the second strongest Sapphire Grand Duke, second only to the Grand Duke. The knight could not wait to practice 25 hours a day. The officials also worked hard. Compared to other territorial officials who could only go to the battlefield to make meritorious contributions, List said that the officials performed well in daily governance of the territory and could also make meritorious contributions. Without going to the battlefield, they could still make meritorious contributions and be promoted to nobility. How could the officials not work hard? In this way, the day was over. The next day, he took another day to patrol the territory. He went to the Magic Academy to inspect the work of the three great magicians, to inspect the practice of the blood servants, to inspect the learning of the twins Lucy and Ruth, and to exchange his latest research on the magic network with Chris Truth, in fact, Achi's latest research. Among all the spellcasters, Achi was undoubtedly the one List trusted the most, followed by Chris Truth. If possible, he hoped that Chris could also become a magic shooter, but he was afraid that it would be difficult. Chris's talent was much worse than Achi's. Then he went to the Knight Academy for a tour. He discussed with Yevich Peanut, who was temporarily the instructor of the Knight course, when to form an expedition fleet. He also visited the two Sky Knight captives, Garcia and Fox, who were also part-time instructors. The ransom letter for the captives had been handed over, and it was time to see when Alonso would pay the ransom. Then he went to personally guide Emily in her practice. Emily was temporarily following the three Sky Knights, Garcia and Fox, to learn the Knight course. She was also practicing the Earth Codex provided by List, and using scientific potions to increase her combat energy. The girl's talent was strong, and her diligence was even more frightening. It was almost like self-mutilation. Every day, apart from eating, drinking and sleeping, she spent the rest of her time practicing. A balance between work and rest is the best way to practice, Emily. Don't destroy your body, you need to relax. List touched the girl's head and said seriously. To Emily, he had a fatherly, teacher-like attitude. He had watched this little slave girl practice step by step from an ordinary person to the elite Earth Knight she was today, and it only took her a little more than a year. But when he advised Emily to relax, he always felt a little embarrassed. He boasted that he was serious about his practice, but in comparison, he was simply a synonym for laziness and lack of progress. Every day, apart from eating, drinking and sleeping, the rest of the time was used for enjoyment, and the real time for practice was only 2 or 3 hours. If the weather was bad or he was in a bad mood, he would only practice for half an hour. Emily shook her head and replied, "Sir, I must seize every second to make myself stronger as soon as possible. I hope I can become a Sky Knight before my period comes." Her period would come around the age of 14, and this year, she was 12, which meant that there was still a year and a half left. List wanted to ask her if she knew what it meant to become a Sky Knight at 14, but in the end, he did not ask. According to the rules of the Eagle Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom, Sky Knights before the age of 16 could join the Dragon Knight program. Chapter 668. After all, Emily's talent was strong, and she had enough willpower to diligently train. List had no reason to stop her. As long as a knight had enough nutrition, their body would recover very quickly. They wouldn't have the risk of becoming disabled after training too much like ordinary people. If she could really become a Sky Knight, then he would have the only female Sky Knight follower of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, which was a great honor. Moreover, everything she had was funded by List. That is to say, she completely belonged to List. Even if she became a noble in the future, she would still be a noble like the Blue Blood Alliance. The Blue Blood Alliance was the Sapphire family's private army, orders of chivalry. Maybe in the future, List would also form his own family's private army, the Burning Legion. As for why he had such an evil name, it was because he had a little fire dragon, Leo, who could burn endlessly. Naturally, it should be called the Burning Legion. And such a name gave him an inexplicable sense of pleasure, as if he were the ultimate boss. All in all, Emily was a huge potential worth investing in. She and the twin magic apprentice sisters, Lucy and Ruth, were all targets of the smoke mission instructions. In List's view, it probably meant that the three of them had a hero template, and would be strong heroes if cultivated well. He could not teach Lucy and Ruth magic knowledge, so he could only guide Emily in night training. While he was immersed in teaching, many magic plants from the seaside villa in Flower Town and the magic plants from the Sun's Child civilization had been transported by ship to Black Horse Island and to the Magic Academy. Most of the research materials translated by a Chi were also transported along with the ship. Now, this batch of materials and these magic plants would be handed over to Chris Truth, who would arrange for the mages of the Magic Academy to tackle nature magic together. The three great mages under house arrest in the Magic Academy could also participate in this research, which List judged to be of little value. The growth rate of the magic plants was seriously not in line with expectations. It took a few years to mature and more than 10 years to produce a high yield. Even if the yield was high, it could not make up for the consumption of magic resources invested in the early stage. The conditions to release nature magic were very strict, especially the transformation-type nature magic, which required the bloodline of the Sun's Child to perform. Hence, while a Chi was focused on researching the weave, List decided to hand over these magical plants and nature magic to the Magic Academy. Enriching the knowledge of mages would allow them to spend less time researching things that they shouldn't be researching. It would be a good thing if there was a breakthrough in nature magic. In short, the civilization of the Children of the Sun quickly attracted many mages led by Chris, and even vampires like Mary Dawn and Daybreak came to study nature magic. They mainly wanted to study the transformation of druids, which was similar to their bat transformation magic. Actually, for these magicians, I should publish more research topics to help them become scholars. List knew that the sorcerers of the School of Magic were all focused on nature magic, so he had some new ideas. He had originally intended for Crazy to turn the Magic Academy into a technical academy, training workers who could only refine potions and create magical equipment. But now it seemed that perhaps by publishing some interesting research topics, the Magic Academy could really become a university that integrated production, study, and research. The mages of this world are too addicted to magic power itself, and the knight is focused on charging on the battlefield, ignoring the technical value of magic power itself. When he returned to Flower Town, he was still thinking about this question. Can I use magic power as a kind of energy source? Since I can make all kinds of magic equipment for combat and auxiliary purposes, why not use magic equipment for civilian use? For example, making a magic electric fan. But the storage of magic power is a problem. Magic power must be guided by a mage in order to form a powerful spell. Magic equipment and the like also required a knight and a mage to activate the magic array in it with magic power. In any case, this is an excellent idea. Later, let Crazy pay more attention to this aspect. It is said that in the heyday of the Moon Empire, it was possible to build a magic transmission array directly to the moon. If I let the mages study the transmission array, I wonder if they can succeed? They would probably study it until their heads turned white. The matters of the territory were settled. It would probably take a month or two to prepare for the promotion from Count to Marquis, so there was no need for List to worry about it. He received a letter from his cousin, Immortal. The letter congratulated him on becoming a powerful ghost blade, the second strongest person in the country, and thanked him for the aphrodisiac, vitality food, and medicine he often sent. Finally, it mentioned that Marquis Merlin's health had improved. If conditions allowed, the Marquis would like to come to Black Horse Island to celebrate with him this year. List asked the servant to bring a pen and paper and quickly wrote a reply. The content of the letter was relatively simple, saying that he would take time to go to Red Crab Island in the near future. After writing the letter, he asked the retainer knight to send it to Tulip Castle. He then announced that he would be going into seclusion. Seclusion did not mean that he would not go out, but rather that he would decline social activities, throw off the affairs of the territory, and concentrate on eating, drinking, sleeping, and practicing. The main place for seclusion was the seaside villa. He was going to ask a chi to help him refer to the next step in the practice of the Dragon Knight. From the smoke mission, he could probably infer that the practice of riding a dragon was related to a chi's promotion to Archmage. There might be a great reference. A chi had also said before that the knight was a small version of the weave. If the real weave was the internet, then the knight itself might be a local area network. A chi, do you think that if the knight's weave expands infinitely, will it eventually become a weave similar to the real weave? He tried to inspire a chi. On Earth, the existence of GFW made the internet in China basically equivalent to a large local area network. But for most people, this large local area network was basically no different from the internet. Apart from not being able to browse foreign websites, it had all the necessary functions. The weak knight's weave was very weak, like a small local area network connected by several computers. But now that List was a dragon knight, the nature of the weave should be very close to the real weave, equivalent to the large local area network in China. Perhaps a chi could really touch the weave if she thoroughly studied the operating principles of him as a dragon knight. Therefore, in the following period of time, he closely studied the secret of riding a dragon with a chi. He often went back and forth to the Dodo Island, released the little fire dragon Leo, and rode Leo according to a chi's arrangements to carry out various experiments. Although he had not figured out a new training method other than dragon demonic chi refinement and dragon breath tempering, he was already very skilled in fighting on a dragon, especially when Leo's magic power was connected to his chi. The attack power released almost increased exponentially. A burning red sunset could burn half the sky red, a scorching sun stab could directly create a crater in the ground, and 3 arrows were even more powerful than missiles. Chapter 669. The autumn leaves turned yellow. In the blink of an eye, September had passed, and October arrived. The cool weather swept the fallen leaves down. List, who had been training in seclusion for half a month, had improved his strength by leaps and bounds. The perfect high-level fire attribute combat energy had almost completely evolved into a higher level of dragon combat energy. Sooner or later, it would evolve into a dragon will level combat energy. At that time, he felt that he could be like Leo, able to switch between the dragon will form and the flesh and blood form at will. Of course, whether this was true or not was unknown. This was just his guess. He had never seen any real dragon knight, nor had he received any information about the dragon knight's training, so he had no way to judge. A chi, how do you think I should grade the dragon combat energy? List asked the siren who was writing and drawing in a book. A chi raised her head and pondered for a moment. Brother, don't grade it for the time being. The information on the evolution of dragon combat energy is not enough. More data is needed to better grade it. Okay. List was a little regretful. He liked to set standards for things. He remembered that on Earth, first-rate companies set standards, second-rate companies set brands, and third-rate companies set products. He hoped that he could be a pioneer in setting standards, not a copycat. At least in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, he could be a pioneer. Then he asked, so, during this period of research, did you find any clues about the Dragon Knight's training and the magic net? During this time, he had been cooperating with a chi and did not use his brain much. He was more exploring the joint attack with Leo. Leo did not know magic. Fighting relied more on biting, hitting, breathing, and the most commonly used magic attack. These simple attacks were enough to crush a block. When it flapped its wings, the magic attack turned into endless flames that could burn everything within 100 meters of its body. Even when it released its dragon will, the surrounding area instantly turned into a land of magma. However, Leo was not willing to release the dragon wool casually. The dragon wool was a key factor in its growth, and it would take a long time to replenish it. When they reached adulthood, their dragon wool would be abundant, and they would probably be able to cause underground magma to erupt. However, Leo's attack style belonged to the crude type. It was barbaric, primitive, and impulsive. It consumed a lot of energy and could only accomplish a small goal. What List needed to do was to use his own chi to guide and help Leo increase the efficiency of his attacks so that the human and dragon could work together perfectly. When Leo's attack power was no longer scattered but highly condensed, his strength naturally doubled. He believed that this was a brand new cultivation method and named it Dragon Power Focus. However, this method of concentrating dragon power did not gain the approval of the Smoke Mission, and the mission was still not completed. Since Dragon Power Focus was not recognized, List worked hard to develop a new training method. Using the spiritual harmony when riding a dragon and the long-distance spiritual connection when not riding a dragon, Ong Ling and Leo's spiritual power could be used to build a set of methods that involved blocking thoughts and information transmission. Similar to Morse code, it was a brand new form of communication, which was why it was named the Dragonheart Code. Unfortunately, the Smoke Mission still did not recognize the Dragonheart Code. List himself thought that whether it was Dragon Power Focus or Dragonheart Code, it was enough to be recorded in his List Dragon Knight Cultivation Manual and passed down as an heirloom from generation to generation. Not surprisingly, this book was his latest work after the List Dragon Raising Manual. It was just that he hadn't started writing yet. These two cultivation methods were already the best answers that List could figure out in the near future. Unfortunately, the Smoke Mission did not recognize them, so he could only turn to a chi for help. He didn't have much hope. The research time was still too short, and there shouldn't be any progress so soon. However, a chi nodded and said, "Brother, according to the resonance phenomenon you told me before, plus a chi's research on magic arrays, there is already some progress. However, some experiments still need to be designed to verify a chi's ideas. If the ideas are correct, then Brother's Dragon Knight cultivation method can be determined." "Is that so?" List was overjoyed and said that his little siren was the best. "Hurry up and tell me what the ideas are." "It's the idea of resonance." A chi explained, "Brother and Leo's chi and mind can be connected, but the frequency of the connection is not superimposed. If it can be superimposed to produce resonance, it should be able to produce a special effect. Brother and Leo can even assimilate each other in resonance." List understood the principle of resonance, but he was puzzled by another question. Assimilation? Assimilation between magic powers. Maybe Brother will soon be able to switch between the dragon will and the flesh and blood body at will like Leo. List breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you meant that Leo and I will become one and become half human and half dragon." No brother, I've never heard of a dragon knight and a dragon growing together." "Well, then you design the experiment carefully and strive to get the results as soon as possible. I have a hunch that if this cultivation method is successful, you will also be promoted to a magic shooter." A chi said thoughtfully, "Maybe. If Brother can resonate with Leo, why can't a chi touch the magic net through resonance?" Then she fell into deep thought. List did not want to disturb her. He quietly left the room and went to the pond worm room next door. The giant kelp sprite was floating comfortably on the water and sleeping. When it did not open its mouth, Parker was really beautiful like a huge yellowish-brown gem. The giant kelp sprites next door were also sleeping, and they were all very beautiful. They were lucky that as sprites, they also had their own names. The little elves who came later didn't even get a name. Especially the two water peanut sprites left by Yevich Water Peanut. They were both called Water Peanuts, and it was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. With some jade powder every day, the two Water Peanuts could sleep soundly for a day, and they were easy to take care of. After looking at the sprites for a while, he got up and left the castle by the sea, returning to the unnamed castle. When he was about to eat and take a nap, the butler Carter reported to him, "Master, the white paper workshop has sent the latest white paper, and the box is already in the master's study. Let's go see." He entered the study. Opening the box, the butler Carter took out a stack of yellowish-gray paper with both hands, trembling slightly as if he was holding a rare treasure. Compared to the stinky and thick bast paper, these new types of paper were indeed rare treasures. But Liszt casually grabbed a few, touched them with his hands, and felt that they were very rough. He shook his head and said, "The quality is not up to standard. Tell Raveny of the white paper workshop to continue to improve the process, and don't try to fool me with a bunch of defective products. Also, directly burn this batch of white paper, leave not a single one." The white paper was still in the stage of confidentiality, and must not be leaked. The defective products were directly burned. His requirements for the paper workshop's products must be smooth and not rotten. He did not ask for the quality of rice paper, but it must not be too bad. After the white paper was made, he would further study toilet paper. Although it was comfortable to wipe the buttocks with cloth, it was still not good enough. Watching Carter personally throw all the paper into the fireplace to burn, Liszt suddenly thought of something and asked, "About the ransom of Garcia and Fox, has anyone from the Eagle Kingdom come to receive it?" "Not yet, master." Chapter 670. This chapter is dedicated to the leader, Ink Horizon, 1 chapter for the time being, and 5 chapters in the future. Liszt had many doubts about Alonso's slowness, and the 2 Sky Knights, Garcia and Fox, were even more embarrassed. It was really embarrassing and disappointing that the Lord did not care about his followers. Moreover, the investigation news from the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom had been passed to Tulip Castle. When Liszt took people to capture trapped Dragon Mountain, Alonso Cyclamen was in the northern border of the Eagle Kingdom, confronting the Dragon Knight of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, but there was no direct battle. About a week after trapped Dragon Mountain was occupied, Alonso once again appeared on the battlefield. It was about a month ago. That is to say, Alonso may not have returned to Battering River Plain. Father thinks so too. It is possible that the news of the iron mine in trapped Dragon Mountain was not spread at all, so Alonso did not know about it and did not make any movements. The one who answered was Levis. He had personally sent the news and asked Liszt some questions about cultivation. Levis was 6 years older than Liszt. He was 24 years old this year and was only 1 step away from becoming a Sky Knight. With Liszt's Earth Codex as a cultivation material, his progress to become a Sky Knight was relatively smooth, and he should be able to become a Sky Knight next year. The scene of 3 skies was about to become a reality. Forget it, regardless of whether Alonso pays the ransom or not. "Brother, when will the family's fleet return?" "It should be soon. After the iron ore is delivered, it will be sent directly to help you buy serfs and food. We also rent about half of the fleet from my grandfather's family, and 1/3 of the fleet from my father-in-law's family. A total of 800 merchant ships for serf trade, and 1 trip is enough for your needs." Liszt's military merits were too generous this time, so he spent a lot of money to buy 10,000 tons of food and 40,000 serfs. As long as the food was enough, he had unlimited demand for serfs. After all, after the founding of the country, it was not easy to obtain a large number of serfs. The serfs of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire were obtained through trade. Many serfs came from either the Eagle Kingdom or the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. It was only after a few generations overseas that they were completely labeled as Sapphire. He had to stock up enough people for his future country. Not only did he have to hoard the population, but the Tulip family also had to do the same. The Count was about to be promoted to the ox-tailed Marquis, and the size of his fief had expanded by more than 10 times. How could he develop it without serfs? Fortunately, there were still a large number of serfs farming in the oxtail Marquis fief. When the time came, he would be able to obtain these serfs as long as he paid gold coins to the Grand Duke. He took a sip of tea. List sighed with emotion. I hope the fleet will arrive soon. There are more and more territorial sprites, but there aren't enough serfs to farm. Cough, cough, Levis was pretending to taste tea. Recently, many aristocrats of the Coral Island began to learn how to taste tea, which was gradually becoming popular. When he heard List's words, he choked on the tea and almost fainted. It took a lot of effort to suppress the sound of choking. List asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Levis hurriedly waved his hand. "It's nothing, I just don't like the bitter taste of tea. I like sweets, desserts, and all sweet things. I thought you had already accepted tea. If I had known earlier, I would have had the servants bring you milk tea. Now that everyone has started to drink tea, I would seem a bit out of place if I don't drink tea." Levis had no intention of talking about this topic. "By the way, before I set off, my father asked me to ask you when you can sort out the Sky manuscript. He is about to go to the Blue Dragon Island to accept the title promotion ceremony. He hopes to bring the manuscript with him to the Blue Dragon Island." Previously, List wrote the List's Earth manuscript, which became a family heirloom of the Tulip family. After that, when he chatted with the Count, he said that he had reached the peak of Qi and intended to write a book called List's Handbook of the Sky, to record the scientific training method of the Sky Knight. Even though his own training process of the Sky Knight was not scientific and relied on the dragon to cheat, this did not prevent him from summarizing the Qi perfection method. He had promised to give the List's Sky manuscript to the Count for reference and help the Count reach the level of Sky Knight. Unfortunately, at this time, he shook his head. "I have been busy recently, so I haven't continued writing the Sky manuscript. Tell my father not to worry. After he becomes a marquis and returns, I will probably be able to finish the manuscript." With so many books to write, there was no time to write. He felt a little sorry for the Count's ardent expectations. He then added, "However, I saw that the bloodline of Father's horse wasn't good enough, so I decided to give Father a black-blooded horse from the fine stallions I raised. When you go back, bring the black-blooded horse to Father." Today, the black-blooded horse no longer needed to be strictly protected as a secret. He only needed to ensure that the bloodline of the black-blood horse would not be spread out, just like the Sapphire family strictly guarded the bloodline of the blue-blood horse. The Count was well aware of List's identity. He would not use this black-blood horse for breeding. He would only use it to pay attention to ostentation. After all, his World of Warcraft breed leopard horse was too shabby. Black-blood horse, are you referring to those extraordinary dark horses? Levis's eyes lit up. "List, my dear brother, can you also give me one?" List smiled slightly. Levis suddenly showed a bright smile. The next moment, List said, "No. The black-blood horse is used to breed horses. You don't have to think about it for the time being. When the horse herd grows in the future, I will give you a few if you want." "Okay." Levis could only accept it helplessly. Now, once List made a decision, it was like an iron law, and no one could oppose it. Looking at his brother Levis's fake expression, List directly ignored it. "By the way, how is the effect of the calming bead I gave you as a birthday gift?" After the expansion order returned, he directly sent 3 calming beads to the Count, Levis, and his grandmother. "Very good. It's not hot during the day and not cold at night. We no longer have to worry about Richard freezing at night. That's good. It's getting late. Are you going to stay here for the night?" "I have to go back directly." "Then hurry back with the black-blood horse, or you won't get to Tulip Castle before dark." He didn't have much in common with Levis, so List simply urged him to go back. "I also have some urgent matters to deal with here in the territory, so I won't accompany you for an urgent chat." Just a moment ago, Steward Carter had reported to him that the cows in the Banpo cattle farm had begun to give birth. The calves that were given birth were not ordinary calves, but Banpo cows, real dragon breeds. The hybrid piglets bred with estuarine pigs were already ready to be served on the dining table, but Banpo cows would have to wait a year or two before they could produce real dragon milk. Black blood horse, estuarine pigs, and Banpo cows. Chapter 671. This chapter is the Spirit Gem Reward. Although he said he was inspecting the Banpo cattle farm, in fact, there was nothing to inspect. The cows that gave birth to calves were very healthy, and so were the calves. List personally fed the cows a few bundles of hay as a consolation. Then he sent people to the estuary pig farm to slaughter a hybrid estuary pig. He wanted to eat a roast suckling pig at dinner. Standing on the hillside of the Black Horse Ranch, List looked at the black-blooded horses in the distance, with Lightning nestling beside him. He rarely rode this king of black-blooded horses. Most of the time, Lightning was leisurely being the king of horses, mating with any horse it wanted. The horses had given birth to many foals. With the herdsman taking care of these foals, none of them died, and the herd was slowly expanding. Even larger was the hybrid horse herd. The foals landed one after another, and there were already hundreds of them. When these foals grew up, they could arm the Black Horse Island orders of chivalry. Although their dragon blood was thin, they could still be called dragon horses, which were stronger than the World of Warcraft horses. Unfortunately, the invisible dragon only visits my territory about once a year. Otherwise, if it visited a few more times, there would probably be no shortage of dragon beasts in my territory. The reason why a dragon could infect dragon creatures was because of the magic in its blood. According to the Marquis Bull's Dragon Raising Handbook, the magic in its blood may originate from the boiling of blood. When a dragon was extremely excited, its blood would boil quickly, releasing the magic in its blood, thus infecting the surrounding creatures and forming a dragon creature. However, it was very difficult to make a dragon excited and reach a state similar to an orgasm in both body and mind. The invisible dragon's excitement was the smoke grass. A big meal of smoke grass could make it so excited that it couldn't control itself, thus releasing the magic in its blood to infect the Banpo cattle and estuary pigs. It could also produce some space gems. So far, List had obtained 4 space gems from the invisible dragon. However, perhaps the invisible dragon was still young, or perhaps it knew how to control itself. It only came once a year. Even with the smoke grass, it only came twice in total. If it frequented the place, not to mention dragon beasts, even space gems could be sold wholesale. Of course. He speculated in his List's Dragon Taming Handbook that the magic of the dragon's bloodline infection could not be released at any time. It needed a long time to condense. That was why dragons did not get excited often. Once a year was probably a more normal frequency. Too much excitement might harm their bodies. Moreover, if it wasn't the most exciting part, the dragon might not even get excited once in his life. After List rode the dragon, he also tried to understand Leo's excitement through spiritual unity. However, Helio didn't understand this. Whether it was smoked grass, grilled steak, or thrown into the crater of a volcano, they could make him happy and make him laugh, but they couldn't make him excited. That was not what it was excited about. That was why even though Leo had been born for so long, he had never released the power of infection from his bloodline. As for how to make it excited, perhaps it would take a long time to figure it out. For reference, the Sapphire family, apart from the blue blood horse, they had never heard of any dragon species being bred. It could be speculated that after more than 150 years of exploration, the Sapphire family still hadn't mastered the excitement of the Sapphire dragon. As for the dragon beast, it was even rarer. In the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, apart from List who had 2 low-level dragons, chocobos have evolved. He didn't know if there was anyone else who had another dragon beast. As for the more advanced dragon, super dragon species in World of Warcraft, there was no evidence to prove whether they really existed or not, except for the phoenix feather. I don't know if it is possible to simulate the excitement of the dragon through artificial means, so that the dragon is excited and releases the power of infection from its bloodline. Maybe this can also be regarded as a training method. Let's just call it dragon blood infection, hee. List thought in boredom. Although he knew that this was not a real training method, he still called out the smoke mission. Sure enough, the smoke mission did not change. It still maintained the previously issued mission, to explore the next training method in a low-key manner. I hope Archer can verify the resonance theory as soon as possible. Leaving the Black Horse Ranch, List rode lightning to the construction site of Thorn Castle. The foundation of the castle had been poured, and the first layer had begun to be laid. With rubber water as the solidifying material, the construction was effortless, but the hard work was the polishing of the details. The chief construction director, Jormaya Rammed Earth, knew for whom he was building the castle. He personally participated in every step and made sure that the quality reached the highest standards. In fact, List wanted him to cut corners. After all, he didn't know who to sell Thorn Castle to in a few years. But in the end, he didn't say anything. In any case, this castle would be his home for the next few years. Even if he left Sapphire to build a country overseas in the future, this castle would still be the best place to see him. The apple sprite's worm stalk had been placed in the planned apple paradise. Now many serfs were planting the autumn saplings, and in 2 years, the apple paradise would be lush. Thomas, have someone catch a few fresh fish from the well and give them to the kitchen. I want to have fish soup for dinner. List ordered. Yes, master. Also, tell the kitchen to mix the mallard eggs and the flamingo eggs to make a plate of chicken fur. The chicken fur was a kind of abandoned worm stalk. Since the flame mushroom trade, the production of the chicken fur had been rising steadily, and its growth was the most prosperous. The valet Thomas responded, yes, master. The mallard was a water element in World of Warcraft, the flamingo was a fire element in World of Warcraft, and the earth element chicken fur was a special taste when fried. After ordering the dinner, there was still some time before the banquet started. He thought about it and prepared to go to the wizard tower to see how the magic plants were being cultivated. Unexpectedly, when he passed by the night square, Alvin Eaglesword came over excitedly, my lord. What's the matter? I have thoroughly studied the ice seal skill of the dragon-slaying sword. List was delighted. The dragon-slaying sword spent most of its time studying the skill in Alvin's hands. Is that so? Come, tell me in detail. As the only Iron Knight in the territory, Alvin had his own office, workshop, and house in the Knight Academy. He was also someone who couldn't bear the loneliness. He had already hooked up with a young lady and set a date for marriage, preparing to start a family. Of course, List was happy to see this happen. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, he patiently listened to Alvin's continuous explanation. My lord, you have already familiarized yourself with the ice twist skill. You can convert fire element chi into ice element chi at will. This is the prerequisite for the ice seal skill. Next, you only need to use the chi circulation frequency to activate the ice seal skill. The dragon-slaying sword can increase the frequency of chi circulation, thus blocking the chi resonance of the chi domain. It seemed complicated, but the principle was not. The chi domain was a method of chi resonance. It might require delicate and complicated operation, but the principle was still the chi resonance to form the domain. The ice seal skill of the ice soul dragon-slaying sword also had a set of complicated operating methods. However, the principle behind it was to rely on the frequency of the battle chi release to clash with the battle chi domain, and then use the ice battle chi to interfere with the resonance to achieve the effect of ice seal. With Alvin's guidance, List quickly grasped the method to use the ice seal skill. With the sword in hand, he circulated his chi. Soon, the crystal-clear blue sword let out a buzzing sound. Circles of bone-chilling chi spread from the blade, quickly sweeping through the surrounding space like waves. The movement was a little big, and it did cause the surrounding air to drop by several degrees. But the effect was unknown. There was no domain knight here to test his sword. So after using the Ice Seal skill a few times, he put away the dragon-slaying sword and thought to himself, sooner or later, I will have to participate in the expansion order. When the time comes to snatch Marquis Wild Teo's Qi domain, I can use him to test my sword. Chapter 672. The Ice Soul Dragon-slaying sword was thoroughly studied, and List could hang it on his waist every day, but it was a bit awkward to have a blade without a scabbard. So the next task of Alvin Eagle's sword was to make a scabbard for the Ice Soul Dragon-slaying sword. While playing with the Ice Soul Dragon-slaying sword, List suddenly thought of the huge harpoon he brought back from the Temple of Fish Clown. The necro-ugly fish in it had not been studied yet. He immediately left the Knight Academy, found an open area by the sea, and took the harpoon out of the gem space. The 5-meter-long harpoon was directly inserted into the sand by the sea. Then List took out the soul storage jar and poured down the mouth of the teapot. Suddenly, a glowing smoke was poured out, and then the smoke formed the figure of a 36D girl. It was Virginia Truth, Curtis Truth's younger sister. Ah, I'm out again. Viscount List feels that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Virginia was used to living in the soul state. List smiled and said, it's been a long time. As his strength grew, there were more and more mages in the territory, and his scientific research strength rose day by day. Virginia, who was just an ordinary mage, could play a less and less role, so he didn't bother to let her out often. He even planned to give her to a Qi for research along with the soul storage jar. The purpose of summoning her today was to let her take a look at how to summon the necro-ugly fish out of the harpoon and make it a weapon to protect himself. He didn't care about the poor combat power of the necro-ugly fish, but the necro-ugly fish could still release advanced magic, which belonged to the level of a great mage. If it was fixed on his flagship, the Sunset, it would also have a good combat power to accompany and protect him when sailing the sea. If they encountered sea monsters or pirates, it might be very useful if they caught them off guard. Virginia, you are used to the soul state, so can you sense that there is also a powerful soul hidden in this harpoon? Virginia floated towards the harpoon, and her soul body passed through it. Then she said in surprise, I feel a cold aura of death, but the soul power contained in the aura is very weak. Viscount List, can you tell me where this harpoon came from? From the ancient ruins, the Fish Clown Holy Temple. This harpoon hit a necro-fish clown. It guarded the Fish Clown Holy Temple, but I killed it. I feel that it's hiding in the harpoon, so I want to release it and see if I can control it to protect the ship. Is the undead fish ugly? Maybe I can activate it. Thank you. Are you sure you want to activate it here? It might still attack you. Don't be nervous. If I can destroy it once, I can destroy it twice. List smiled faintly. Although it wasn't him who killed it last time, it was a piece of cake for him to kill a spiritual fish clown on land. Virginia did not say anything else. The soul body directly touched the harpoon, and the next moment, the harpoon also glowed with the same light. Then, a green distorted shadow was projected from the harpoon, and then it turned into a 10-meter-tall undead fish clown. However, compared to the ferocious first time, the undead fish clown this time was obviously dull. Is it not used to the land environment? Probably not. Virginia floated beside the undead fish clown like a little dot. Viscount List, I feel that when you first killed it, you severely damaged its soul, causing it to lose its basic consciousness. So, this undead fish clown is useless? Yes. It's a pity that such a huge harpoon was wasted. Probably no one can use it anymore. List shook his head slightly and said, Virginia, I'm going to attend the banquet now. You go back to the soul storage tank first. I'll chat with you again when I have time. However, Virginia did not move. Instead, she seemed to be hesitant to speak. List frowned and looked at her. She finally seemed to have made a decision. Viscount List, if you want to control the undead fish clown and this harpoon, maybe I can help. What help? I can use my soul to replace the soul of the undead fish clown. In this undead fish clown's soul shadow, only the core is the soul, and the outside is some kind of power that I don't know. As long as I replace the core soul, I can control the entire undead fish clown. List was a little surprised, but then he said, if I'm not wrong, undead is different from souls. The undead includes the power of its life and is transformed into a soul state, but its soul itself is not strong. As you can see, the undead fish clown's soul has been killed, but its power still exists. I see. So, are you really willing to replace the soul of the undead fish clown and become such an ugly undead monster? Virginia nodded seriously. Compared to staying in the soul storage tank and not knowing the passage of time, I prefer to be free. The undead fish clown is indeed very ugly, but for me in soul form, ugly and beautiful have no meaning at all. Viscount List, let me replace the undead fish clown and become a guardian. The soul of a 36D girl was about to become the soul of a 10-meter-tall undead fish clown. The change of style might be a little sudden, but List had no reason to stop this. Instead of letting her be confined in the soul storage tank, it was better to let her have limited freedom in the form of the undead fish clown. Then, I agree. Thank you very much for your generosity, Viscount List. Virginia bowed solemnly, and then her body resolutely flew toward the tall, stupid undead fish clown. She crashed into the green light, quickly found the broken soul, and quickly merged with it. In the next second, the undead fish clown's body trembled. Then, the light seemed to change slightly. The originally ugly and ferocious undead fish clown's face changed slightly, and there was a trace of expression similar to Virginia's. Another 15 minutes of silence. The undead fish clown slowly spoke, List. Intuition, the pronunciation was unclear, and List couldn't hear it at all. However, the undead fish clown slightly adjusted, and when it spoke again, it was clearer. Viscount List, I have replaced the undead fish clown. How do you feel? Not bad. Compared to my previous state, there are some tangible feelings that I haven't felt for a long time. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the harpoon stuck in the ground. I merged with the broken memory of the undead fish clown. I feel that most of it is blank, and only a few spells are left. Hearing this, List was interested. How is it different from the spells that humans release? There are some differences, but the general principle is the same, especially since these spells seem to be high-level spells. I've never experienced such a way of casting spells. No, I need some time to get used to it before I can release these spells. Virginia was just an ordinary mage when she was alive. She had never experienced a dynamic magic array, and she couldn't release advanced spells. You have enough time to get used to it and record the casting plan. However, can you always exist in this state? I don't think so. My soul is weakening, and I probably won't be able to support the body of the undead fish clown in half an hour. However, I can enter the harpoon and replenish my soul power. When I have enough, I can come out again. By the way, Viscount List, this harpoon is called Shredder Staff. Chapter 673. The Shredder Staff was put into the gem space. Interestingly, Virginia could still restore her soul power in the Shredder Staff, as if she would not be restricted by the stillness of the gem space. This made List feel that the stillness of the gem space was probably the stillness of everything on the material plane. It did not work on the non-material plane, or the spiritual plane. As soon as a living thing entered the gem space, its soul would inevitably dissipate, and there was probably no suitable carrier that could carry it. Once there was a carrier like the soul storage jar and the shredder staff, it could survive. Perhaps on the day he rode the invisible dragon, he would be able to thoroughly understand the magic of the invisible dragon. Dinner. Enjoying the delicious roast suckling pig, the purebred estuarine pig could not be tasted. At present it was only a hybrid estuarine pig, but the taste was several times better than that of ordinary pigs. The taste was delicate and mellow, and the sauce flavor of simple seasoning was matched with the meat of the estuarine suckling pig. Just smelling it would make one salivate, let alone eating it. At the same time, it was accompanied by fish soup from the well, 2 kinds of scrambled eggs from the mallard duck and the flamingo, plus other rich ingredients, which really made List's appetite. The value of the food eaten in one meal was probably higher than the consumption of ordinary civilians for a year or two. This was the luxury of being an aristocrat. The stronger the knight, the more food he needed every day. After all, the chi came from the knight himself, not from the free magic or the magic network. However, compared to other aristocratic lords who rely on exploiting civilians to survive, List mainly relies on business and development orders. The glass business has become popular throughout Sapphire and has spread to the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Flour, wine and soap have also gradually expanded their sales range and are making money every day. When the future paper white is qualified, it will definitely set off a new sales climax. At that time, he is afraid that relying on glass and white paper will make him rich. As a dragon knight, he has enough strength to ensure a technical monopoly. As a monopoly business, it is natural to make huge profits. This kind of life is not in vain. After the dinner, enjoying several kinds of pastries made with banpo milk as desserts, List felt proud in his heart. Everyone has their own ambitions. Some people like to set off revolutions and unite the world. However, he didn't have such noble aspirations. Being able to protect the happiness of his subjects and then enjoy life and explore the world was his greatest pleasure. My previous small goal of riding a dragon has been achieved. Now, I will set another small goal, to build a nation within 10 years and become a truly independent lord. He had a goal. He felt even more motivated and a better life beckoning him. As for my long-term goal, I want to form a contract with a fairy dragon, become the lord of the dragon domain, and share its lifespan. I'm not asking for much. I just want to live for a few hundred or 1,000 years and I'll be completely satisfied. In the past, he felt that 100 years was enough for him to live, so there was no need to seek longevity. But now, he didn't think so. Enjoying such a beautiful life for only 100 years was too little. He didn't want to wait for a chi to become an adult only to have wrinkles on his forehead. The next day, List continued his seclusion, studying and training with a chi. When a chi was verifying the resonance principle of the magic net, there were a few unsolvable problems that she needed help with, so List asked her to write them out. Then, he hurried to the mage tower with the problems and looked for crazy truth to solve them. 4 great wizards, 8 vampires, and several ordinary wizards were already a very luxurious lineup. No matter how smart a chi was, her knowledge was still too little, and she had almost no contact with humans. It was all through the magic books that List found her to understand the magic world. Naturally, in many aspects, she couldn't compare to the human wizards who traveled around. Crazy took the thick bast paper notebook and said, "Lord Viscount, I will arrange for the great wizards to lead the team to tackle these problems together." "Very good, solve these problems as soon as possible. I urgently need answers." List simply stayed in the mage tower and waited for the wizards to solve the problem. But what she didn't expect was that when Chris took the question to the 3 great magicians, they all replied, "Sorry, we don't have time." This was not the attitude that a captive should have. List immediately asked, "Crazy, what are they busy with?" "Recently, they have been addicted to nature magic and can't extricate themselves." They spend all day around those magical plants, and even discussed with Mary about collaborating on druid transformation magic, Crazy said helplessly. Once a wizard was addicted to a certain kind of research, their stubbornness was quite terrifying. List found the three great wizards and said seriously, I don't care how much you like nature magic. Now, solve these problems for me. If you solve them, you can continue to study nature magic. If you can't solve them, all the magical plants and materials will be confiscated. Lord Viscount, our research is of epoch-making significance. You shouldn't look down on nature magic like this. Yes, once we study the secret of the growth of magical plants, the world will no longer lack food. This is research with great strategic value, you should support our research. Druid transformation magic is also a powerful fighting force. It can even overcome the disadvantage of wizards not being able to go to the battlefield. List was expressionless. Solve my problem first, then study nature magic. For the truth, we refuse. As long as the truth is not explained, we will not work for you for a moment. You can detain our bodies, but you can't detain our hearts that yearn for the truth. The three great wizards seemed to have a brain cramp. No matter how List threatened them, they would not budge, unless List used force. However, he was not a person who advocated violence. He believed in his own charisma. If I say that there is a descendant of the sun's child in my territory, will you be willing to solve these problems for me? Huh? A descendant of the sun's child? A true caster of druid transformation magic? The three great wizards immediately put away their rascals and said excitedly, Lord Viscount, please tell us where the descendant of the sun's child is. You must understand that he is more important than anything in your territory. List looked at Crazy, and then turned to the three great wizards. Solve the problem, and I will bring him here to cooperate with your research. Let me say this in advance, everything is voluntary. You are not allowed to force the other party, and you are not allowed to do any inhumane abuse. After all, old Phil was old and could not afford to be tossed around. It was possible to draw blood and so on, but it was obviously not suitable to be a guinea pig. Although the Lord had the power to kill and take away the lives of his subjects, List's morality did not allow him to hurt ordinary people who lived a normal life. After saying these words, he turned and left. Chapter 674. In order to get Phil, the descendant of the sun, the three great wizards had to work hard to study the problems raised by a chi. Crazy coordinated the overall situation. The magic research team still played a very important role. Even if a chi was promoted to a magic shooter in the future, she still needed a group of wizards to help her complete various detailed experiments. For the next 3 days, List did not have much to do except practice. He just contracted the peanut sprite, plus the oat sprite he contracted a few days ago. He currently had 64 sprite worms. I always feel that the number of sprite worms in the territory can't keep up with the pace of my expansion. There is no longer the speed of a sprite worm being born every few days. Could it be that the power of the smoke dragon's fate is too involved in the matter of riding the dragon, causing its influence to weaken? In fact, the birth rate of sprite worms on Black Horse Island was not slow at all. Most of the plants were planted in the first or second batch and may not have adapted to the local soil. However, List felt that it was slow. He felt that if he did not pick up a sprite worm a day, he would feel uncomfortable. It can be seen that it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. However, although he did not pick up many sprite worms, he did pick up a lot of pearls. In the sea near Stony Island, he pried open a few golden lip clams and found 4 good golden pearls. In the pearl lake of the Ringed Reef, he accidentally encountered a few black giant clams swimming from the deep sea. After preeing them open, he got a batch of satisfactory black pearls. Because he wanted to eat pink conch, he killed 2 of them. He did not expect to get a pink pearl. Golden pearls and pink pearls were very scarce, so he kept them all for his own use. The big black pearls were also kept, and the small ones were given to Luo Lia, who would sell them on his behalf. The profit was split 30 to 70. This time, Luo Lia took 30% and List took 70%. It was not List who proposed more, but Luo Lia who took the initiative. For this, List appreciated it very much. Compared to the greedy Levis, Luo Lia knew how to choose. Although the profits from the black pearls were no longer in his eyes, this move still made him feel comfortable because it meant that the other party respected his strength. What was the point of painstakingly cultivating to become a dragon knight? Wasn't it all for status and power? Levis married a good wife. Although his talent is SOSO and he is still an elite Earth Knight, he can be considered a winner in life. His father is about to become a marquis and will inherit the title sooner or later. His wife is of noble birth and is sensible. His son is healthy and cute. Most importantly, his brother is a dragon knight. October 11th. It was drizzling from the sky. Since the morning, Black Horse Harbor suddenly became lively. Countless ships were waiting to dock and enter the port, but the port was small and difficult to handle. Gort and other officials had to organize a group of ships and sail to another new port on Black Horse Island. These ships were used by the Tulip family to transport serfs and grain, and there were more than 500 of them. 200 of them were slave-transporting boats. Each boat carried 200 serfs, for a total of 40,000 serfs. In this way, the number of people in the Black Horse Island territory will exceed the 100,000 mark. The other 300 were grain-transporting boats. Each boat carried 50 tons of grain, for a total of 15,000 tons of grain. These grains, combined with the production of the territory and the food purchased from nearby islands, were enough to maintain the normal rations of Black Horse Island for a year. List's flagship, the Sunset, also returned. After several voyages, this sewn and patched sky ship did not show any signs of damage. The rubber water combined with rock wood and thorny ironwood had a very good repair effect. However, after docking, the Sunset was immediately sent to the shipyard for a new round of repairs and remodeling. One was to renovate the cabin and equip it with some comfortable cabins for List's entourage to live in. The other was to equip the shredder staff. In the future, she would be incarnated as the ugly necromancer, Virginia Truth. She would use the Sunset as her new home, braving the wind and waves and escorting the voyage. List no longer put the shredder staff into the gem space, giving Virginia the freedom she wanted. Another thing was that the Sunset needed a new paint job. As the flagship of the Dragon Knight, it must be low-key and luxurious. Sir Viscount, I feel like I can do more things. Standing on the beach, the ugly necromancer, Virginia, looked at her illusory hands. There is a big difference between the undead and the soul. I just need to concentrate my mind and let my hands touch the real thing, she said, grabbing a boulder on the beach that was estimated to weigh a ton. The ugly necromancer was very powerful when he was alive. A few tons of objects can't stop me. List saw such a situation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There is no doubt that the ugly necromancer, who can grasp the real thing, is equivalent to a giant laborer. It can do heavy work that humans can't do. Indeed, you can do a lot of things now. The most important thing is that the ugly necromancer can move freely in the sea. Virginia, the depth of the Black Horse Harbor and the new harbor are too shallow. I wonder if you can help me remove the gravel and silt from the seabed and dredge the depth of the harbor? I'm at your service, Sir Viscount. Virginia had a peaceful temperament. After being free, she was very grateful to List. She had changed from the initial Viscount List to Sir Viscount. The difference in address represented a different attitude. She considered herself as a subordinate. The more List looked at the ugly necromancer, the more satisfied he was. But then he sighed. Unfortunately, you can only control the ugly necromancer for half an hour. You can only come out for half an hour after resting for a day. This severely limits the effect of the ugly necromancer's body. Virginia's eyes also dimmed for a while. But she quickly recovered. It is already a great happiness to see the light for half an hour every day. List was infected by her optimism and smiled. I will organize the mages of the territory to study how to extend the existence of the undead. Maybe one day you can have half of the time to move freely, and the other half of the time to go back to sleep in the tearing staff. Virginia said happily, "Thank you, Sir Viscount." "You're welcome." List waved his hand, looking insignificant. In fact, the purpose of his proposal was to thank Virginia for sorting out the magic casting plan of the ugly necromancer 2 days ago. Secondly, the longer the ugly necromancer existed, the longer it could work. It was not easy to find a 10-meter-tall huge laborer, especially one in the water. Maybe with the power of the ugly necromancer, he could build a castle in the water. The temple of the ugly fish was obviously built by the ugly necromancer. So, in the next few days, the dockworkers and sailors working in the Black Horse port often saw turbid bubbles in the port for half an hour. Silt also rolled in, dyeing most of the port yellow. Some officials warned them in advance, so they were not too shocked. But there were still a few slogans like, "Praise the Lord," and "This is the place blessed by the night's glory." The movement was undoubtedly caused by Virginia's work in the water of the port. She dug away the gravel and silt and dug the port into a deep water port. The water depth was at least 10 meters, and any kind of large ship could freely enter and exit. And the width of the port was constantly expanding, and the number of ships that could be docked at the same time was constantly increasing. Chapter 675. This chapter is, from today onwards. Unfortunately, the clownfish race had declined for some unknown reason, probably at the same time as the Moon Empire. Magicians also declined from that era. The reason for the decline was unknown. According to the subsequent rise of the night, List was one of the beneficiaries. If it was still the era of the Moon Empire's magicians, List would not be so free even if he became a dragon knight. Suppressing the destiny of a country. As soon as the Black Horse Harbor was cleaned up, List received new good news. Under the overall command of Crazy, the mages of the Magic Academy successfully solved a cheese problem. It was said to be a problem, but in fact, it was difficult for a chi, a theoretical mage with knowledge but no practice. The 3 great sorcerers were very experienced. They quickly gave constructive suggestions and solved the problem in one go. List quickly sent the answers to the problems back to the seaside castle in Flower Town and handed them to a chi. A chi, these problems have been solved. How long will it take to complete the verification of the resonance theory? Brother, let me look at these answers first. A moment later, after reading the answers and writing on the thick bast paper, a chi raised her head and gave a positive answer. If there is no accident, in another 4 or 5 days, a chi will be able to crack the resonance theory and study the resonance training method of the Dragon Knight, brother. Very well, I am looking forward to it. Leaving the seaside castle, List found Old Phil of the leathersmith shop and promised a lot of money to get Old Phil to go to the Magic Academy to cooperate with the magicians to do some small experiments. In order to ensure that the magicians would not treat Old Phil like a lab rat, List personally followed. He would not allow the magicians to conduct experiments on living people at this stage. All research that violated human ethics would be stopped by him at this stage. Before turning the magicians into researchers, they must be taught to abide by the law. When he came to the Magic Academy with Old Phil, the 3 magicians were dumbfounded. "Sir Viscount, the descendant of the sun you mentioned is him, an old man? What do you think?" "Sir Viscount, the old man is useless. Let his descendants come over to cooperate with the research." Old Phil took the initiative to say, "Sir Magician, Old Phil has no descendants, sorry to disappoint you. You don't have descendants? Why don't you get married? Old Phil used to be too poor to get married. He got married recently, but I'm afraid old Phil can no longer produce offspring. Old Phil was already married to the widow. The two of them had been together for a long time, but the widow's stomach had never moved. The widow had given birth before, so there was a high chance that old Phil had lost his function. Great magician Lars asked directly, "You can't do it anymore?" Old Phil smiled sheepishly. Mr. Mage, I just can't get my wife pregnant." "That's easy. Let Scylla concoct a potion for you to increase the vitality of the little person. When you go back, work hard and try to give birth as soon as possible. But first, you have to cooperate with us to draw a few vials of blood." The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was interested. Liszt chose a quiet room and asked his servant to call Master Silier over. "Do you know how to make a potion that can make people pregnant?" "Lord Viscount, you may have misunderstood. I don't know how to concoct a pregnancy potion, but I can concoct a potion that can increase the vitality of a person. This kind of medicine targets the weakness of old men. It can greatly increase the vitality of the little person, but it does not include the ability to strengthen the sex drive." His meaning was simple. His potion could increase the activity of sperm. Of course, the humans here did not know that the substance contained in the vagina was sperm. Ordinary people might not know anything, only knowing that the union between a man and a woman could give birth. Some magicians who had studied this kind of content believed that the male vagina contained a tiny person. After the act of love, the person would run into the woman's stomach, and the woman's menstrual blood would gradually raise the person into a baby. Silier was a supporter of this theory. "I was once a magician who served an old noble. His son died on the battlefield, and no one inherited the title. In order to not let the family bloodline be cut off, he entrusted me to research a potion that could increase the vitality of the little person, and finally succeeded in giving birth to a new son." He was talking about the little person. Liszt directly understood it as sperm. He immediately said, "Silier, I want the formula for this potion. Write it down immediately and give it to me. I will convert it into your contribution and let you regain your freedom as soon as possible." He did not want it for himself, but for his cousin to try it out. If it succeeded, it would be a hassle. There was no reason for Silier not to do such a good thing. Very soon, the formula was written down, as well as the various details to pay attention to, densely covering several pages of paper. Liszt just glanced at it and no longer paid attention to it. He would have his servant make a copy and send it to Immortal later. Old Phil was also lucky. Originally, he was supposed to be a guinea pig, but in the blink of an eye, he had become an expert who would solve his infertility problem. Perhaps this was the impermanence of fate. Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. Behind a good thing, there might be a hidden disaster, but there might also be another good thing waiting to descend. For Liszt, with the smoke mission's power of fate, which was suspected to be the remnant of the smoke dragon, fate was no longer impermanent. Everything he had was a good thing. Under his influence, good things happened to the people around him. The Count was a good example. Under normal circumstances, he might stop at the status of Count for the rest of his life. However, the day after old Phil excitedly returned home to make the little person, the Count, who had gone to the Blue Dragon Island to accept the promotion to the title of Count, returned with glory as the Oxtail Marquis. The messenger knight arrived at the flower town. Liszt immediately led his retainers and servants to the Tulip Castle. This was a major event of the family. When passing by the Coral City, he saw that the whole city was bustling with noise and excitement. All the commoners rushed to the streets, loudly shouting, "Tulip family, Oxtail Marquis, Sir Lord, Sir Marquis, Knight's glory favors," and other festive slogans. Without a doubt, this was an event organized by the Coral City's officials to curry favor. Among the cheering crowd, many people shouted, "Sir List, Sir Viscount," and other slogans, and even, "Young Master List." List rode the chocobo Loki and galloped to the Tulip Castle in a few steps. Tulip flowers of various colors decorated the walls of the formerly tall and grayish-white castle, resembling a beautiful castle from a dream. Knight clad in mithril armor stood guard on both sides of the path up the mountain. Upon seeing List, they saluted one after another. At the gate of the Tulip Castle, List saw Lee William dressed in splendid attire. On his chest was a red tassel medal symbolizing the title of Marquis, and in his hand was a cane inlaid with sapphires. From now on, he was no longer the Earl of Coral Island, but the Oxtail Marquis. His territory was located on the Iron Hoof Islands Oxtail Territory. He was the lord of all the territories attached to the Oxtail City. He was the 7th Marquis of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. He was the lord of the high-spirited and upright Lee William. Chapter 676. My proud son, List, you contributed a lot to my title. The Count, no, the Oxtail Marquis patted List on the shoulder. He did not have a father's majesty, only a father's love. In fact, his title of Marquis was all earned by List. Looking at the tall and handsome second son in front of him, he was full of emotions. When List was born, he had high hopes for him because of his resemblance to Melissa, hoping that he could surpass himself. As List grew up, his personality became more and more timid and eccentric, and his talent became more and more useless. This caused him to be disappointed, and he gradually showed indifference. Now, every step of List was earth-shattering. He was so shocked that he had to look at him at the same level or even look up. His second son was as handsome as ever, and his talent could be said to have changed dramatically. Everyone returned to the castle's living room. There was a place for the women to gather and chat. The living room was filled with the followers of the Marquis of Oxtail, led by 4 Viscounts, lifelong Viscount Levis, Viscount Eunice of Gravel City, Viscount Trick of Beer Island, and Viscount List of Black Horse Island. In his 20 years as an earl, Lee William did not obtain the followers of a Sky Knight, and none of his followers were promoted to Sky Knight. List was an exception. However, with him being conferred the title of Marquis of Oxtail, there may be Sky Knight following him in the future. I was promoted to Marquis of Oxtail because everyone worked together to fight for the glory for me. In 10 days, I will hold a banquet to celebrate the promotion. At that time, the eldest prince and some of the country's nobles will come to congratulate me. During this time, all of you will send people to Oxtail with my officials to distribute your fiefs. Iron Hoof Island was divided into 4. Obviously, the title of Marquis of Iron Hoof Island could not be conferred, and no one would want the title of Marquis of Oxtail. Therefore, the Grand Duke divided the titles of Marquis of Oxtail, Marquis of Oxhorn, Marquis of Oxhoof, and Marquis of Iron Hoof City. The territory of the Oxtail Marquis was called the Oxtail Territory. It governed 3 large cities, Oxtail City, and Oxrib City, as well as 10 small cities. Eunice and Trick did not have enough battle merits to be promoted to Earl, so they could only choose a small city. List did not even intend to choose a small city. He would leave here sooner or later. There was no need to spend effort to build other cities. Black Horse Island was enough for him to develop for many years. Once we have chosen our territory, we will proceed with the relocation. The Grand Duke gave me a 5-year harvest period. In other words, we have to move away from Coral Island within 5 years. Oxtail Marquis signaled for a squire to take out a map of Iron Hoof Island. He said calmly, Iron Hoof Island is divided into 4 parts, and Oxtail Hill needs to be rebuilt, but the benefits are obvious. More land, more trade. Also, Marquis Bull used to build a lot of things. The big guild will give me a discount. Apart from the fact that there were no elves farming and the master craftsmen were taken away by the Sapphire family, there were no other changes in Oxtail Hill. Even the serfs stayed in place to farm. Yunus and Trick looked at the map carefully, ready to determine the city they wanted first, and then carefully investigate. List held a teacup, leaned back in his chair, and wandered leisurely. Oxtail Marquis got up and motioned for Levis to continue entertaining Trick and others. He pulled List to the window of the living room to ensure that the conversation was not overheard. I have discussed with the Grand Duke. 10 years were not enough. The Grand Duke only promised that you do not have to follow him for 7 years. Continue to follow me and help me gain a foothold on Iron Hoof Island. 7 years is enough. By the way, the Grand Duke scolded me a few times for this issue, thinking that I am too selfish. The relationship between father and son should not hinder your progress. Oxtail Marquis was not angry at the Grand Duke's scolding, and his expression was relaxed. But I have tied a string with the eldest prince, implying that you will follow him directly after 7 years. What is the prince's attitude? The prince thinks highly of you, and is naturally very happy about it. You should know that even if your identity cannot be exposed, you are still the second strongest person in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, the inheritor of the Ghost Blade, a powerful existence that defeated a domain knight. List's lips curled up. The nonsense about the Ghost Blade had really fooled a bunch of people. What do the Grand Duke and the Prince think about my legacy? The Grand Duke mentioned that the Sapphire family wants to buy the legacy, but I rejected it, so the Grand Duke did not mention it again. As for the Prince, he intends to marry the Tulip family in the future. How? You want Richard to marry the first prince's daughter? The person he chose to marry is your son. But I don't have a son yet. You will have one sooner or later, won't you? That is a matter for the future. List had no thoughts of marriage or children right now. He was a person with the ambition to live a long life. Perhaps he would leave behind an heir to inherit the country he had painstakingly fought for due to political needs, but there was no such need at the moment. Life was to enjoy life freely and freely. Oxtail's celebration was set for 10 days later, so List only had a lunch at Tulip Castle and a simple chat before returning to his territory. 4 days later. In the study of the seaside villa, Oxtail was immersed in writing List's Handbook of the Sky. The Marquis had been anxiously waiting for this handbook, but he had delayed it again and again, unable to find the time to finish it. He had overestimated himself. Due to the fact that he had achieved full mastery from riding a dragon, there were many details of training that he did not know. Maybe I can go to Red Crab Island and have a chat with my grandfather. I can thoroughly understand the details of a full mastery Sky Knight's training. For now, let the Marquis wait for a while. He has waited for many years anyway, there is no rush. At this moment, Achi suddenly shouted, "Brother, I'm done." List was startled. He threw away the quill in his hand and ran straight to Achi's laboratory. Achi giggled as she held a piece of thick bast paper, her eyes filled with a praise-meet expression. She passed the paper to List. "Brother, this is a training plan for the Dragon Knight based on the principle of resonance. The training process may be a little complicated, and you and Leo will need to work together to adjust each other's frequencies to complete the resonance. Don't worry, I may be weaker than you in theoretical research, but actual combat is my forte." List took the thick bast paper and ruffled Achi's hair. He focused his attention on the training plan for the Dragon Knight. Chapter 677. The smoke mission made List raise his head slightly. Looking at Achi, who was immersed in deep thought in the distance, he knew that Achi must have learned something while studying the Dragon Knight's practice method, and the next step would be to touch the magic net. He had no good suggestions on how to touch the magic net, so he did not bother Achi. Then the smoke mission released a new mission. Mission: you may have ignored the Black Dragon Paris for a long time, but now that you have become a Dragon Knight, you have a deep understanding of the dragon's power, and you have the ability to use the dragon's power to fight and practice. Why not help Paris remove the erosion of the light dragon's magic and restore her normal body? Reward, Paris's path of practice. Oh. List suddenly blushed with shame. I almost forgot that I have to solve the problem of the light dragon's magic erosion for Paris. It stands to reason that the light dragon and the fire dragon are both elemental dragons. The light dragon can create a special existence like the dragon, and the fire dragon should be able to do the same. Just in time to determine the transformation method of the dragon with Paris. There has never been a dragon among humans. Because the dragon's power corrodes everything, this corrosive power is called white dragon by the magicians. Those who are eroded will die, and through a certain ritual can be transformed into a white dragon in the state of a ghost. List believes that the white dragon should be similar to the undead fish, a kind of undead. In addition to the white dragon, the transformation of the power of the white dragon can also form the black dragon, which is Paris's current state. At the beginning, the court magician of the Grand Duchy of Maple Leaf hoped to transform Paris and other mice into white dragons, but a thief stole the notebook and came up with a way to reverse it. Voluntarily dedicating everything to become a living white dragon, they succeeded in doing this and began to call themselves the Black Dragon. Although they retain their human bodies, they will be eroded by the power of the light dragon for a long time, and eventually become a part of the light dragon's magic. Now what List has to do is to remove the power of the light dragon and restore Paris's original body. But wait until I learn the new practice method of the Dragon Knight, and then try to help Paris recover. List waved the smoke mission away and continued to read. When all the content was digested and absorbed, he got up and left the seaside villa. Riding the chocobo, Loki ran to a wilderness and called out the little fire dragon Leo. Leo, we are going to start a new practice method. Are you ready? Roar. Very well, let's begin. He leaped up and landed on Leo's dragon tooth platform. In an instant, their hearts and souls became one, and they synchronized harmoniously. Then, a man and a dragon began to fly across the horizon. With List as the guide, he began to use the resonance between his spirit and mana. Resonance was just a metaphor. This kind of training method was on a completely different level from true physical resonance. List preferred to call it Dragon Knight Resonance and recorded it in the List Dragon Knight Training Manual. It became a new cultivation method after demonic dragon chi refinement, dragon breath tempering, dragon power focus, dragon heart code, and dragon blood infection. The progress was much faster than List had expected. He originally thought that this kind of training method that involved the mind and magic power would be very difficult. After all, a small mistake in the mind would cause the operation of magic power to go very wrong. However, perhaps it was the powerful effect of the enigmatic dragon fruit that erased Leo's evil thoughts, leaving only pure thoughts. It was not difficult for List to guide him. Leo was like a blank piece of paper, allowing List to paint freely. That's it, Leo. Keep it up. The human and dragon spirit frequency quickly fused, as if there was strength in each other, and their thoughts were synchronized. And with the help of the fusion of the spirit, Leo's magic power and List's chi also became one. At this moment, he was like a missing piece of a puzzle that was pieced together at the special position of the Dragon Fong platform to complete the magic power circulation of the fire dragon. The moment the circulation was completed, List suddenly felt that he had become a dragon. His wings were flapping vigorously, and the wind whistled in his ears. His vision also became the fire dragon's vision. The world that he saw through the dragon's eyes was far brighter and more colorful than what humans could see. If his field of vision was HD in the past, then Leo's field of vision was 4K UHD. Not only could he see such a clear and colorful new world, but he could even vaguely see the floating magic power in the air. There was a faint blue and white glow above the sea, a faint grayish-yellow glow on the mountains, and a faint green glow when the wind flowed. List was completely immersed in it, so much so that he quietly activated the Chi's secret technique, Magic Eye. Something unexpected happened. He clearly activated the magic eye in the dragon's vision, and the world suddenly showed a different appearance. Everything was made of magic power. Unlike the rough magic world that he could observe, the world in his eyes now only had magic power. Be it matter itself or magic power, they were all outlined in the form of magic power. The sea was the flow of water magic power. The thick magic power was the sea itself, and the light magic power was the magic power in the sea. The light magic power was in the form of particles, and it slowly flowed in the thick, solid sea water. The light magic power seemed to be slightly precipitating into the solid sea water, and the solid sea water was also slowly releasing the light magic power. So, there is no strict boundary between the floating magic power and the real world, and it is constantly changing. So, the release of magic power is to speed up the transformation process? Whoosh! Flapping his wings hard, List directly rushed into the clouds, and the clouds surrounded him. The clouds contained wind magic power, water magic power, and of course, there was more chaos magic power. Everything was dynamic and constantly changing, including between the wind magic power and the water magic power. Through the magical eyes of the dragon and the powerful effect of the magic eye, he observed that when the water magic power followed the body of the fire dragon, there was a small amount of water magic power, and the light directly changed into the light of the wind magic power. What makes them change their nature at will? Maybe it is not the magic power itself, but the movement of the magic power that makes them change their nature? List had a sudden realization, as if an apple had hit his head. Then why does the knight's chi have different nature? Maybe at the beginning, the low-level chi does not have obvious movement, and the higher the level of the chi, the greater the movement ability? Even the high-level chi of the Sky Knight could already fly in the air because of excessive movement. He lowered his head. What he saw was Leo's claws, or rather, his own claws. The claws were made of red fire magic power. Then, what kind of powerful movement ability does the magic power of the dragon, especially the dragon's will? Unfortunately, before he could figure it out. Chapter 678. The 10 minutes of Dragon Rider resonance made List feel that there was too much magic and inconceivable. It turned out that magic was everywhere in this world, and all matter was made of magic. This was a fundamental rejection of the world he originally knew. However, the matter transformed by magic retained a certain amount of the physical laws of the material world, which was why he was able to discover many familiar phenomena. Cold and heat, oceans and mountains, thunder and rain, plants, animals, and even the movement of the sun, moon, and stars were all like Earth. After exiting the Dragon Rider resonance, he felt very tired. Leo was also a bit tired, mainly on a spiritual level. His body, however, was still healthy and full of energy. However, this did not stop List from continuing to ride Leo in the sky while slowly thinking, according to the physics of Earth, the faster the particles move, the higher the temperature, and the higher the temperature, the faster the particles move. In other words, the particle movement is the temperature on the microscopic level, and the temperature is the particle movement on the macroscopic level. Regardless of whether it was the laws of Earth or this world's triangular theory of magic, matter, and spirit, they were all interconnected and could be used for reference. After all, there were too many similarities between the external appearances of the two worlds. What he had more knowledge from Earth than the natives of this world was the knowledge from Earth. Then, the surrounding movement of magic particles, whether it is represented by magic, chi, and other phenomena formed by magic. Forget it, it's a bit of a headache. I'll just describe this content to a chi and let her think about it. Not getting into a dead end had always been his strong point. After getting rid of these complicated thoughts, his mood immediately became much more relaxed, and he enjoyed the coolness of riding a dragon. I'll rest for a bit and see when I can enter the Dragon Rider resonance again. He took out a few potions and drank them on the spot. There was no difference between him and Leo when he drank potions while riding a dragon. His chi and magic were already like milk and water. The Dragon Rider resonance is a type of training method, but the state I'm in can be described as Dragon Rider mode. When riding a dragon normally, he could use dragon power focus and other methods to display the powerful fighting strength of a dragon knight. However, this type of fighting method was still man and dragon fighting separately, at most mutually reinforcing each other. However, after entering the Dragon Rider mode, the man and dragon would be highly integrated, and there would be no difference between them, so their fighting strength would definitely increase greatly. I can even use the Magic Eye secret technique on Leo. Is it because of Leo's magic circulation method, or is it because the Dragon Rider mode simulates the effect of Qi? Or is it that the Magic Eye is still being used by me, but because of the Dragon Rider resonance, the effects are amplified? Whether it was for the former reason or the latter reason, it didn't matter. This was a huge surprise. Since I can use magic eyes, does it mean that I can also use aura attenuation? If he had the aura attenuation secret technique, would it be able to reduce Leo's energy consumption? Also, can I use the red sun rising fire with Leo's help? These were all waiting for him to verify. Above the blue sky and white clouds, a man and a dragon drank pills while waiting for their spirits to recover. List could feel how powerful the Dragon Rider mode was, and Leo was similarly attracted by the miraculous experience of this mode. All of them were so excited that they couldn't contain themselves. Just as List and Leo were enjoying themselves in the sky. The little siren, a Chi, was sitting in the room, thinking quietly. Nami, the mangrove elf, who she hadn't seen for many days, was sitting on her shoulder, holding a piece of peanut nougat. Nami, as one of the few elves who was sociable and liked to work, could proudly claim that every piece of candy she ate was earned through her hard work. Not only was she responsible for taking care of the little mallards in the mangrove forest of Mangrove Island and the mangrove forest of the estuary, but she also often went to the mangrove forest of Seagull Island to take care of the flamingos. Even with the large number of serfs involved and the introduction of artificial incubation mechanisms for mallard eggs and flamingo eggs, Nami still had to constantly sow mangrove saplings to maintain the normal development of the mangrove forest. There was no such thing as this cute elf. List's favorite mallard eggs and flamingo eggs would not be so easy to eat. Chirp. Nami finished eating a peanut nougat and let out a comfortable chirp. She did not dare to speak too loudly for fear of disturbing a Chi who was in deep thought. But at this moment, she suddenly found that a Chi stretched out her right hand and seemed to be staring at her flawless white palm. However, the next moment, her slender fingers bloomed with a faint blue-white light. Following that, the pure white color of his flesh and blood quietly faded away. Instead, it was replaced by a light blue transparent color. Then her entire hand withdrew its flesh color, as if it had become a blue-white crystal. Chirp. Nami nervously flew up and flew in front of a Chi, wanting to remind a Chi what happened to her hand. But feeling a Chi's calm mood, she could not speak and just slowly hovered in front of a Chi. Watching a Chi's hand withdraw its flesh color, followed by her entire arm. Then half of her body, her chest and abdomen all faded. Then her buttocks and legs, the original seawater below her ankles also blended into this fading, until the entire shell completely faded. In the end, a Chi's neck also began to fade, and her entire body below her head turned into a blue-white crystal-like state. At this time, a Chi raised her head and seemed to notice Nami's concerned expression. She returned a slight smile. In the next second, her entire body faded, from the shell to her hair, turning into a blue-white crystal. This blue-white crystal did not last long, gradually fading, and finally, her entire body seemed to evaporate, disappearing without a trace under Nami's gaze. Chirp. 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 Nami could feel a Chi's existence through telepathy, but a Chi could not find her. With her limited intelligence, she could not understand this situation, and could only shout in panic. Suddenly, a chi's voice sounded in Nami's ear. "Nami, don't worry, a chi is just using the weave to reshape her body. You know, the weave is really amazing, it can transform a chi into the most basic magic element. In a moment, the A chi that appears in front of you will be a new A chi." Chirp. Nami turned her head to look for a chi, but still could not find her. However, a chi's voice did not stop. "Do you know that after a chi touches the weave and uses it to reshape her body, the first thing she has to do is to take off her shell? Although the shell is very good, Big Brother has always felt that it is a hindrance, and so does a chi." Nami felt that the shell was good and did not want a chi to throw it away. Chirp. A chi, who was reshaping her body in the weave, immediately laughed. "Of course not, a chi's shell is a part of her body. It is like your elf's worm stalk. A chi can already store it in her body, and she can also release it. It is like a magical equipment, protecting a chi at all times." As she spoke, the air in front of Nami rippled like water, and then faint blue-white lines continued to superimpose, soon outlining a huge scallop with a diameter of 3 meters. When the blue-white lines gradually filled every trace of the shell, the color gradually solidified into white. It was the large shell that a chi had been using before. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.